Good evening. Episode 183 of the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. We've got the Burrell in the Garage of Knowledge. We've got Knifey McKniferson over here trying to take care of his thing, taking care of Stabby McStabberson. It's all part of the plan. By the way, I do have to correct some untruths in the chat. So I'm going to get to the comments, but we're going to correct some untruths here. Josh here says Friday night. You know what that means? Because I'm Carlos Live. Thank you, Josh. Alas, there's a Sanderson or guy, but he's been blocked, so I have no idea who that is. S2 insults the chat, 24-hour timeout. The mod has spoken. Justin says, here's my 10 minutes late. Don't worry, Carlos, 10 minutes late too. Untrue. I set it for 8:10. That is actually not true. If you had checked the little countdown timer, you would have seen that I set it for 8:10. I did it as soon as it created the thing because today had been going quick, so I needed the extra 10 minutes to get everything situated and set up here. So I gave us the extra 10 minutes. It was right in the scheduling. We have actually started basically right on time. And by RP standards, 20 minutes early. So we are good. Good evening, Jeff. Yep. There you go. Cards and Comics. Good evening, sir. Nice. I think he likes your knife, Eric. They like your knife. By the way, we had a defender of your knives.
Oh.
Yeah, there was somebody who was like, it's like, I'm paraphrasing, but it was basically like, you can't make fun of him for having a knife collection where we collect pictures, cardboard pictures of men. And I'm like, it's Eric. We can make fun of all his things. His Marcel Dion restraining orders, whatever collection he has, they're all fair game. That was my response.
Yeah, there's many people collect cards, though, and only 3 people collect knives.
There you go.
Him, Michael Hamm, and who else?
And collects
the problem with the knife thing. See, the knife thing in and of itself is not as creepy as a lot of the things that Eric does. The chocolate sticks is far creepier. But I think where it becomes a problem is that it also goes that he's got a knife bag, and that was one of the things that was commented out in direct message. So that's the thing. And he was very excitedly saying, "I need this in my life," and he showed me a knife cabinet box. So I'm like, there's a little bit more going on. So it's like. So it's the excitement over the knife peripherals and accessories that I think takes it to another level.
It's like a serial killer with a body bag or without a body bag.
That's what I'm saying. So like immediately, like just to save us time in the general Massachusetts region, just to save us all time, I think our obvious plan is that we just basically tell them it was Eric. And then when they find all the knives, they're like, probably true. Open and shut case.
Put your hands behind your back.
That's right.
It wouldn't be the first time that's happened.
Probably not.
This week.
Boston.
So good evening, Jason. Defects of Life says, you call it a knife? This is a knife. I know. Eric's going to eventually learn about Knifey Spoony. Then he'll really be on his game.
Is that a paraphrase from Paul Hogan?
So that was it was part of a Simpsons joke that was a playoff of that as well. So when they went to Australia, there was a Knifey Spoony joke in there.
I didn't watch The Simpsons. So.
Yeah. So Philly Joe, good evening. Good evening to you. Orlando, good evening. Dave Mercer, good evening. Mark Williams. He loses a finger before this over? No doubt. Eric, is Yari Curry in the shop tomorrow? That's a fair question.
Yes, he is.
And are you going to show him your knife? Are you going to show him your knife like this?
Mm-hmm. Flick it open.
If he doesn't sign what I put in front of him, he will then see this knife.
What is that knife?
It's a machete.
A machete.
I was gonna say, as far as machetes go, it's like Carlos Sr. could show. It's like that was pretty lame. You got a big one.
It's not a machete. I think that's just a long knife. That looks like Hulk Hogan knife.
Machete with it.
Mm-hmm.
Machete's got to be 18.7 inches, and that looks like it's 14 if you're lucky.
Yeah. Jason here says knives can at least provide food. Cards have no utility. Ha, Jason. I promise you're only thinking 90s. If you think 80s and before, you can eat the cards and get fiber.
My machete also has a saw on it. Just
a saw.
That's
a
right.
Saw?
Well, you have to understand. I've tried to explain this. In Massachusetts.
I'll be right back. I got to get my jacket. It's cold.
We take the R's.
Damn it.
We take the R's off of words and replace them with A's.
You do?
Well, what are you supposed to do with those extra R's? Well, we put it at the end of other words like pizza. I love pizza. We have Saturday night pizza night every Saturday.
Here you go. Insert joke about stroking your knife alone on a Friday night here. Eric is all those things.
Well, I'm not alone. I'm with you, you dirty birdie.
None of us are. It's like none of us are in that room with you. We're only digitally with you, Eric. Physically, it's just you and the knife. And Orlando, as Orlando correctly states, you're a few inches short of a machete. Not quite there, man. Just a big knife. Gotta keep your knife away from the booby or cards, Eric. Baby.
I use it as a machete when I go into the woods.
You increase the magnification on your glasses to make up the difference. See, it's much bigger now. I fixed it.
When I go and make new mountain bike trails and stuff.
Some buy large knives.
This is what I bring with me to chop the branches and the saw, not the saw, but the saw on this end will cut through absolutely anything.
So basically, in other words, you're really trying to talk around the whole cyclocross being a battle to the death, which is what I've been saying all along. If you actually want it to be a real sport,
cyclocross has nothing on what's happening Sunday. By the way, this Sunday at the Speedway.
It's better involve Gravedigger. That's all I'm saying.
Gravedigger would break down on what's happening Sunday. Sunday is the 100th and something running of the Paris-Roubaix, the Hell of the North, the queen of the classics. And there is going to be absolute debauchery.
All the words you said sound made up and completely out of sequence. It sounds like you're having a stroke. Are you having a stroke while stroking your knife?
I am not having a stroke while stroking the knife. I am trying to get people to buy just for this month the Peacock network.
So you're so to be clear, you're having a stroke while stroking your knife, and you want people to buy Peacock. Go on.
Yes, buy the Peacocks and watch the Paris-Roubaix Sunday. It is known as the Hell of the North, the Queen of the Classics. And it is going to be blood. There is going to be blood.
So, Chad, your guess is as good as mine. I'm actually spoiled for choice here. There are so many jokes and so many.
Mom and I already have plans to watch it. We're very excited.
So you're not concerned that your mom is going to be concerned with you stroking your machete while watching the Peacocks? Is that really the family activity? Is that really what you should be doing?
She's gotten used to it.
And you have the audacity to question Emmanuel in Space.
Still haven't seen
the audacity.
What it is.
Well, Emmanuel in Space would fit very well while you're stroking your knife and watching the Peacocks.
But Mom and I have plans. Sunday, Paris-Roubaix. It's going to be epic.
Wow. Okay. Average Joe Card Collector says, a few inches short, a few things. Yes. John says, just buy a chainsaw. I know. He's not even being logical about this. Paul says, Eric,
those too.
Well, maybe you should be juggling your chainsaw with your machete. Eric runs around his undies. He does a lot of very strange things. Orlando is pretty much the emoji version of my reaction to this entire sequence. See what happened. Wait, actually, pause, everyone. Everyone pause. You see, this is what happens when goddamn, what's his name? When Golden doesn't light himself on fire. This happens when an acquisition isn't made in the hobby, or some random bullshit doesn't happen, or like, where's Kurt's card care when we need him? It's like, couldn't he fix like a 52 mantle or something right now? Like right now, a Honus Wagner 10 or anything. I don't care. See, when we have really slow times in the hobby, what we end up with is Eric stroking his machete, talking about peacocks and the whatever French thing that he was babbling on about.
Paris-Roubaix.
Whatever. You were struggled at moi, and you're talking about Paris-Roubaix.
I didn't understand. I didn't know if that meant something else, like M.
That's a word. It's a 3-letter word in French.
I understand that now, but I didn't. I thought it was initials.
Did he say Michael Bublé? He did.
I did not say Michael Bublé.
You could play Michael Bublé while you're stroking your knife and watching the peacocks in Emmanuel in Space.
I am not watching that because that
the Michael Bublé. Well, you could use Michael Bublé to get you in the mood to play with your machete.
Will be watching Paris-Roubaix Sunday. It's going to be epic. Everyone tune in. It's on the Peacock network. Rent it, buy it. Sunday, your life will change.
Oh, I have no doubt your life will change. Yes.
This race is 100+ years old.
Indeed. Josh here says, completely unrelated to knives. I saw a Skechers shoe commercial advertising and they were machine washable. Instantly made me think of Eric. Yes. Yes.
See? I'm not that crazy.
Where do we begin? Yes, that is correct. What the hell are you talking about? Dude, I'm with you. We're about 11 minutes in, and about 10 minutes and 45 seconds of it, those are my thoughts. I don't know. I blame Golden, but I blame Ken Golden and I blame Beckett, and we'll get to Beckett in a minute.
Oh, I left some words for the Becketts.
Yeah, apparently. Sounds like an opera.
Words were left.
Look at you leaving words. Live the dream. Let's go through here. Yep. I can see you guys are talking about the Huggins and Scott auction. Fair enough. Okay. So while Bobby's getting himself situated and figured out, I know he's grabbing a jacket. Let's actually talk about your personal favorite. Since you were stroking your knife, you can actually talk about something else that gets you excited almost to the same degree. And that was Beckett decided apparently Beckett has a new person in charge of the greatness. So you hired somebody. That's great. So that's encouraging.
That's great. Yes. Welcome to the dumpster fire, you idiot.
I think it was pretty fantastic. I'm not going to lie. It was pretty great. So I don't know who this dude is, to be completely honest with you. I will leave a link in the description. By the way, in traditional Beckett fashion, though, I must say, my personal favorite part of all this is that in usual Beckett fashion, he didn't say a damn thing. It's basically an announcement to announce that they're going to have an announcement.
Yep.
So that's literally like, this is what you should expect from. So it's good to know that the new boss is the same as the old boss in the sense that nothing happens. So here it is. So is Luke Miller is this person here now. So there's a 25th anniversary announcement of whatever it is. So Luke Miller here is in charge. Actually, I could probably play it for you guys here. Give me a second.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, you can see here, protecting grading integrity, improving customer service, and advanced technology. 3 bullet. That would have been a great idea over the last several years.
Can you pull up my words? Are my words there?
Yeah, we got your words here.
Those are my words. My words.
All right, I will read your words. Now imagine a man stroking his machete while writing these words. And it's very complicated. I don't know how he managed it. But anyway, all right, here we go. We have heard this every year from Beckett, and nothing ever improves. Beckett has spent the last decade letting their customers in the hobby down, and many times making complete fools of themselves. It's very hard to believe the once king of the hobby is now the court jester, but this is a fact. And this is coming from Eric.
Yeah.
Like, man, brutal. So I honestly don't give a shit what the guy was saying. I just found it amusing there was somebody else. And I found it amusing to talk about protecting grading integrity. You mean like changing out the freaking slab? Bob Jackson knows what I'm talking about. Just saying.
Did anybody like my words?
I think one person liked your words.
Only one person liked my words? Everyone needs to go on the Instagrams.
Eaststoffs _cards on Instagram like your words.
Everybody needs to go on the Instagrams. Go to the Beckett page just this once.
It's called Beckett Collect, yes, on Instagram.
Find my words and give me a like. I want to have more than one like on all my words by the time this show ends. Let's go.
So Billy Cillier here, who was nice enough to give me the hashtag influencer hookup on EPAC. He pushed the button. So on his way out the door before the EPAC got activated, I'll share the story later. Billy pushed the button. And I told Billy I appreciated him getting the programmers on and actually pushing the button. I'll share with you an EPAC story here in a minute. And I'm going to make a video on my wrestling YouTube channel about it. And look, it made me laugh. I've been calling my shot for the longest time on this, and it actually happened. It actually happened, y'all. I'll share the story.
Billy. Oh, the Billy Baroo. Billy.
So Billy says, how many words did you leave, Eric? Because you don't know many. Well, he knew a few words, so we read his thing. Paul here says Tony Khan is jealous.
Yeah. My mom helped me a little.
Oh, I think she wrote it for you. It's like Paul says, Tony Khan is jealous. Tony Khan is jealous of anybody who can string together words that are coherent all together at the same time. That boy has some struggles and some issues, but I discussed that in a separate location. Did they advance their slab yet? Last no. That's that maybe the announcement will be that they're working on a slab, which they will then announce. It's going to be very exciting. Stuke here. Good evening. Is this the Caitlin Clark watch party? Eric's all over it, man. He's going to keep us up to date with all the scores. He's going to give us the play-by-play. It's going to be amazing. Bob Jackson says, I like your mayo, Eric. Facts. Orlando says, I agree with Eric. Jeff says, well said, Eric. There you go. You're getting some support.
Let's get on the Instagrams. All right. The instant face or whatever it's called. Right. And hit that like button on not here, because this sucks and no one should like this.
This is the best part.
No. Don't like this. This is crap.
Amazing.
Go to the Instagrams, go to Beckett Collects, find my comment, and give it lots and lots of likes.
And he's going to pay for every single one of those likes.
Billy
Joe says what we're all thinking. What the hell are you talking about? I don't know. For 16 minutes now. I don't know.
Well, is he doesn't know what the Paris-Roubaix stuff is, or the night stuff?
The problem, Eric, the problem here is that because I don't know at what point Philly Joe started watching, the answer to my question is I don't know. I don't know. There is really no way for us to know. We've gone in.
Philly Joe, you need to be more specific.
Way more specific.
There's a lot of stuff that I don't even know what I'm talking about. So I can't just answer that question easily.
We've got a lot of directions inside of 60 minutes. It's been a very action-packed 16 minutes of a lot of different things have happened already. Paul says, what are we being provided with to do that to Salvo? I know, that's a fair point. How is the cyclocross going? Spelled correctly.
Cyclocross is done for the season. That is
cyclocross is trash. We don't want that.
Cyclocross is done for the season. That is a fall and winter sport. We're now
but you got your machete you're stroking. That's for cyclocross. So talk about cyclocross.
The Tour of Flanders, my favorite race, was last weekend.
Did you just say Tour of Flanders?
Tour of Flanders is my favorite. Yes, it's a one-day race in Flanders. It's my favorite one-day cycling race. It was awesome. The women and the men watched all of it. It was awesome. And now Sunday, Paris-Roubaix.
The person who names this is literally an asshole, aren't they? Somebody sat there like, I can get people to say Paris-Roubaix. It's like, do you have to call it that? No, I don't have to call it that. But I can be a douchebag and I can get them to say Paris-Roubaix.
How about Ghent-Wevelgem? That's another one.
Please tell me that's a real thing.
That's a real thing.
Did you learn about that with stroking a machete?
I may have learned about it beforehand.
Sean says, I've only ever held a PSA slab. Or Beckett slabs better? I find the PSA slabs need to be, I assume you mean thicker. The Beckett thing is a subjective opinion. I think they're a little clunky. Are they sturdier than the PSA slab? Absolutely. But there are several of them now that are sturdier. It's not about the sturdiness with that one. The Beckett slab is more of a box. It's got more jagged edges on it. It's a little bit clunky. It can be okay with some cards, but I've never been a fan. That's the actual more mature, straightforward answer. I've just never been a fan of the design. But are they more sturdier than PSA slab? No doubt. No question. Paul says, evening all. And Eric, you answered. There you go. Well, good. As long as we answered. Eric, any thoughts on Kiss selling their catalog and IP? What? Selling it to you?
I haven't heard about that yet. And two, nothing surprises me, especially with Gene. He will sell his children for money.
But the important follow-up question is, so are you going to do shares and get yourself a cut? Like, you got to get in on this shit. The catalog and IP, let's go.
Look, just like I bought shares in sports cards during the pandemic because that all worked out so well. I'm going to definitely buy some Kiss songs.
You should buy some fractional ownership in Kiss. Yes.
Yeah. Or EPAC.
That's right. Average Joe Card Collector scene. I've seen the Tour of Flanders. See, same thing Eric was talking about.
Funny. That's not funny.
Justin says, what the hell is Eric talking about? I could literally ask that question every episode. Beckett slabs are thicker and the sturdier. PSA slab sturdiness is a joke. Yeah. The sturdiness is not the thing. Beckett's problems are not about the sturdiness of the slab. It's pretty much everything else. The slab is sturdy. We'll give you that. Beyond that, I'm not willing to co-sign on anything related to it.
You can build a house with those. You just put the little cement in between. You can make a house out of those things. They're so thick. They're like bricks. But everything else is complete trash.
Yeah, it's pretty much all garbage beyond that. Fun fact, BGS slab can be substituted for a knife. Yes. It's true.
Well,
He's only saying it because it's true.
I could kind of take my sharpener and kind of grind down some of the edges, and we might be able to work that out.
Won't you roll it?
I was going to say, use your roller.
Yeah, we'll put the slab on there, and I'll just.
So, Bobby, there's been a lot of illusions, and I'm surprised that this live stream has not already been banned. It's probably been banned in several very conservative countries.
Mm-hmm.
The simple suggestions, the simple suggestions, like I feel like we've been banned in several very, very religious countries already.
Oh yeah,
without even question.
Yeah, cutlery corruption. It's horrible.
Yeah. People stroking their machetes. It's bad. It's real bad.
Just that word.
Mm-hmm.
Machete.
Yep. Machete. And like I said, this man had the audacity to question Emmanuel in Space. A cinematic classic of our time.
I cannot question
Emmanuel in Space with a machete.
I cannot question.
I made this suggestion. He was talking about Perry Mason, watching the Perry Mason marathon or whatever bullshit he was talking about. I think it was in French, something about Perry Mason. But the point is, he was talking about watching that while stroking his machete and having some Michael Bublé playing in the background. Like, there was a lot going on. Bobby, you missed it. There was a lot going on, man.
Damn it.
There's a lot going on.
Questions, and it just turns into a shit show. Anyway.
But then Bobby, some people were asking, like, what is going on? What is Eric talking about? I'm like, I don't know. I have no idea.
I'll have to go through it tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Is machete related to Yeti? Maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe. There's a Yeti on the back of a Reggie Lemon card.
Is there really?
There's also a Kraken. There's also a Leprechaun.
Kraken. That's right.
Our friends at Leaf are innovating out there. They're innovating.
And stupid me, I bought in because this was like super cheap. 1 out of 5 Leaf. The hell they call them?
That's Leaf metal.
Leaf metal. Yeah. Leaf metal. Whoopity freaking do. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Lemon's not that exciting. I know.
1 out of 5. Big whoop-de-doo. I cannot believe I just hate Leaf now. They suck.
I think now it's 5 out of 1.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Them fractions be working, man. Them fractions be working.
Because there's more than 1-1, right? Mm-hmm.
Did I see that Beckett's now taking electronic submissions, or was I dreaming? Maybe that's one of the innovations they're trying. By innovations, I mean catching up to everybody else.
It's EPAC, electronic submissions.
Yep. You send the picture over and they grade it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they send it back as a picture.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, well, Bobby, I already told you in the EPAC thing, and any of the inserts pulled, they are all physical cards. That's why COMC has to fulfill them. Yeah. They actually have to send them over to the warehouse. But the base cards are all fictional. They're like good Boston Bruins. They don't exist. Yeah.
So those wouldn't be worth doing. Yeah,
why gotta be like that?
Because this is what I do, Eric. This is literally what I do.
No reason for that. That's not nice.
I know it's unprovoked and completely heinous, and exactly why I did it.
Oh, hold on. You guys got to see. You guys, hold on. You got to blow this up. This is my newest Reggie Lumlin card. That's not the newest. I have something even more gooder.
Did you get the Leprechaun one?
Playing era. This is my newest Reggie Lumlin card.
Playing era?
Yep.
Yeah, there's a lot of errors involved.
What year was that?
This was produced to be sold at the Boston Garden team pack. And look who's right in front of Terry O'Reilly.
I don't.
Yeah, it's a cameo card, Bobby. It's literally the jersey and part of his head. and that's what constitutes.
Right. This is big time.
All right.
That goes in the collection. Cameos count.
Or was it the green gremlin lemon card? I know.
Uh-huh.
Pretty exciting. Not gonna lie. All right. I'll cut up here in the comments. All right. So just because I can, I will. I already shared it on the Instagram anyway. So after you're done liking Eric's comment and adding to his like total. So I did actually get this in the mail today. I didn't get a chance. So part of the reason I gave myself an extra 10 minutes is because I've been rushing through stuff all day. Everything's been behind schedule with what I was planning, but did get a couple of things in the mail today. And this one I figured I would share early since I'll make the video for tomorrow. So it is a octograph. So it's 8 autographs in total. So here's the side with Dano. So that's the back. Adam Graves, Clark Gilles. Who do we got here? Glenn Anderson and then Medina. So that's the one side. And then the other side is full of some ham and eggers I'd never heard of.
Oh.
You got Lanny McDonald on the bottom, Bobby Hall, Johnny
Yeah.
Busick, who looks made up, and then
Mhm.
Gorde Ho, Hue, Hui. I don't know who the hell that is. I'll figure it out later. We'll Google it. We'll hit the Google machine and figure it out. So some randos. You got some randos here on the back. I thought about cutting them off like machete, but you know,
I
whatever.
told him, cut it in half.
Yeah, cut it in half,
Send me the back. He can keep the front.
left and right.
Are you sure it's like sharp enough to cut it?
I'll send him a knife that's sharp enough to
And a
do it.
piece of paper.
And a piece of paper so I can make sure with the sharpest of the knife.
That's right.
Otherwise,
Important.
how do you know?
How do I know
You can cut
exactly?
your finger. You could stab someone in the eye.
I've carried this knife all week. Okay. This is the one I've had in my pocket all week.
Mhm.
I sharpened it last weekend.
Mhm.
Used it many times this week.
On
Let's see.
what?
Let's see.
2 examples,
It has-
please.
Let's, as they
Other
say
than
in the
paper.
biz, as they say in the biz, let's see if it has retained its edge.
As they say in the biz.
Gonna have to clean it up a little. Not bad, but I used it a lot this week, so we're
He
gonna
has
have
a glorified
Yeah,
paper.
use
cutter.
it a lot this week.
so we're gonna have to get it back on the roller and clean that up.
Well, listen, the problem was I think you were abusing it far too much. You were probably playing around with it too much, way too much amount of hero in the space during the week. You leave that for weekends. You need to calm down. At your advanced age, you cannot be playing around. You cannot be sharpening knives all week.
Doesn't work.
Can't do it.
Yeah.
Just saying. David Fruchman says, "Hey to all. Hey to you. Are you going to watch Caitlin Rue at 9:30? I don't know who Caitlin Rue is.
I have no idea.
I assume it is the ladies NCAA that you're referring to, but Caitlin Rue is a name I had not heard. But am I going to be watching it? No. But other folks will, and they'll report back their findings. Eric will keep us posted on the score. Question on Upper Deck authorized retailers, internet retailers versus certified diamond dealers. I'm assuming the internet retailers have access to more product on release day and beyond from the distributors. So there is, I know a little bit about it. I think there is, the thing is there's a lot of rules based on an internet retailer versus a certified diamond dealer. They're actually two different things. There is a little bit of a crossover depending on what it is. Really, the biggest difference with an internet certified authorized internet dealer, that's a mouthful, but basically it's that they can sell the product online. That's the biggest thing. But you can only do it in certain regions. So if you're a Canadian shop, you can sell inside Canada.
US.
And there are rules about when you can show the price and how you can do. There's so many rules. And if you violate any of the rules, immediately you lose the ability. But you can be a certified diamond dealer, which means you have access to product, but you're not necessarily an authorized internet dealer, which means you can't sell and you can't even show price. It's a situation where, like, yes, call the shop or come in the shop and we will tell you what the price is, but online we cannot say. Stuff like that. Basically, it's a lot of little games you have to play, but if you violate the rules, then you lose allocation, and that's no good. You can't have that. So it's like it's very unfortunate. Very unfortunate.
You got to be a certified Diamond Dallas page. No.
Oh,
Whoa, man. It's exciting. Listen, WrestleMania is coming up, man. WrestleMania is coming up. We're on the cusp.
Hey, my photos are coming soon.
That's right. That's right.
Have they figured the script out yet? Do they know who's going to win?
I did a 46-minute video where I told everybody it was going to happen.
Oh,
Is Hulk Hogan going to
there'll
win?
be an
Laid it
elbow,
all out.
someone on the top rope. And then
Laid
we're
it
gonna
all out,
do a-
Bobby. I laid it all out, page by page. Went over the whole thing and explained it all.
As a kid, my favorite wrestler was Ricky the Dragon Steamboat.
Really?
I liked him.
Ricky Dicky?
And when him and Macho Man had that huge rivalry for the Intercontinental title, and Macho came down with the ring bell,
It's an elbow, yes. Oh, the ring bell, yes.
and hit his throat. I mean, I thought it was real. I was a kid, right? I'm like, oh my god! Now he crushed his throat. Now he can't breathe, and oh my god, I was all worked up. Right, I was 100% bought in at that point back then. I cannot believe they hit him with the ring bell, and poor Ricky. But He got his revenge.
Yeah, my worst wrestler was Ric Flair.
Flair is very much a problem. He's a troublemaker. That guy. He's got a lot of issues.
Not such a good guy, as we say.
Not a swell fellow.
He came to our arena in 1974, 5, something like that, and I asked him for an autograph. He was standing there up against the wall, and I asked him for an autograph. I think I'm like 10, and he looked down at me, shook his head, and just looked up again. I went, all right.
Oh, that was at least consistent with the character. In 1974, they would have had to protect that pretty well.
Yeah,
well, today,
Rick would
probably be like, yeah, sure, here you go. today, like if a kid came over to Ric Flair right now, I'd be like, yeah, sure, no problem, here you go. Because at this point, there's no reason not to at this point. But in 1974, he's at the peak stars and he's a villain.
And they're in a small arena. That's a hockey arena. That's like, in the small circuit. They're well known. But
I mean, remember the plane crash?
Yeah, it was
where
in
a bunch of the good guys and bad guys were in the plane together. And they had to try to keep it quiet because they didn't want the fans to know that, good guys and bad guys were on the same plane.
There was a divider.
Yeah, it was a divider, yeah.
They're like, y'all behave yourselves.
Andre sat in the middle and just said,
thin tin divider.
You sit on that side, you sit on that side. Nobody crosses me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yep. And then you could see Andre the Giant. Everybody got a peanut?
Yeah, everybody got a peanut. Move!
Wow. It's all over the place, guys. Just half an hour in. So here you go. Eric, are you sure it's not Norman Lavallée in front of Terry O'Reilly? Not kidding. There you go. He's got emojis and everything.
So it can't be because Norman only played 75 games. Terry was his teammate. And that is a Terry O'Reilly coaching card from the 87-88 season. So that's Reggie's first year with the Bruins after being traded from Calgary. So Norman hadn't played in several years since his brain hemorrhage. So it is absolutely positively not Normand. I did pick this up. Speaking of him, because he's an acquaintance of mine, and I'm always happy to see him. And he seems happy to see me, which is surprising.
Well, it's all about the stabbing McStabberson and the threats of such.
I picked this up. Now, he only played 75 games, and they didn't give you 3 jerseys a game like they do now. And this is a giant game use swatch from one of Normand's jerseys. So I'm really happy to have picked that up.
Yeah, Anthology was when they were trying to get. Well, in Anthology, they were trying to get through a lot of their remaining game use material. They had to clear it out as part of the deal because they were done. So that's why they can't use pictures on the front of those. They're like, all right, just put a gigantic swatch piece in there, get it out the door, put the name on there, throw the swatch in there, get it out. Yep. Josh here says, what's the connection between those 8 players besides Panini had stickers of them? So I think it's a valid question. So as far as I can tell, 7 of them are hockey players, and I think Johnny Busick was a taxidermist, as far as I'm aware. My crack research staff is on this. Mm-hmm. Other than that, I honestly don't know what the connection is between these players. So Bobby, can you think? I'm going to read you the 8 names again. It's literally, this is Panini Contenders. These are the they're octographs. Yeah. But the thing is they've got, I don't know if they actually have themes to these. So I'll give you the names, Bobby, and tell me if you think. So Gordy, you got Gordy, Busick, Bobby Hull, and Lanny McDonald. That's the front 4. Those are the 4 on the front.
Yeah.
And then you got Clark Gilles, Glenn Anderson, Adam Graves, and Medano is the last 4.
They all won cups.
I guess maybe that's it. But other than that, I can't think of anything. Like there's no obvious connection between these players.
They're all Stanley Cup winners.
Yeah. Because I can't even do the like X amount of goal scorers because a couple of these guys I don't think would fit. And then you would open up the list too much.
Is Busick on there? You said?
Yeah, Busick's the second one. Yeah.
Oh, he was the pretender, not the contender. Okay.
That's my hockey historian, man. I don't know what do you want from me?
Why? Why you gotta be like? Why? What did I ever do to you?
What did you ever? Let me be. Where to begin? John says, why all the hoops in order to sell Upper Deck? Ask Upper Deck, my dude. I don't know. These are questions we all ask all the time. It's like, Billy? It's not Billy's department. I'm not going to blame Billy for this. I'll blame him for other things. But on this one, this is not actually his department. So we'll give him a break on this one. But I have no idea. The honest answer is I have no idea. They made the rules. And if these stores want to get allocation or fit under whatever category, if they are able to get into it, they got to follow the rules. Whatever those rules are, because as soon as you get cut off on allocation, if you're in Canada and you can't get Upper Deck, that cuts you off the hockey market mostly. Like it's a problem. So if you have some access to allocation, you got to play by whatever rules they come up with, and to the best of your ability, adhere to them. So, Greg the Hammer's smash Steamboat. Yeah, that was another one of the big feuds. Steamboat had a lot of really good feuds, though. Dufek says inconceivable.
Very nice.
Isn't it I before E except after C? Moving on.
Indeed. Yes. Oh, and I think did I mention it during the podcast, but I didn't get a chance to mention it, I think, here. So congrats, Bobby, on being the anchor leg of the Hobby. What's it called? What's the stupid thing called again?
Hobby News Daily. Yeah.
Thank you. Hobby News Daily. They did a live stream. It was adorable though when he got it's like, we're gonna do 4 hours, and then Victor was literally almost about to say that other people do 4 hours, and I'm like, every week. It's like nice job, rookie. Good job, Rook.
Yeah, that was pretty good. I stayed in the anchor position because we were I was going to be earlier, but my sister invited us over for Thanksgiving on the Saturday, so just juggling everyone's schedule together. So I said, okay. So I was the anchor, and then I went back to 6:30, and then I went back to the anchor. So, and then Victor joined in the last day, I think, because he had to juggle some time around too with his family because he has 5 kids, right? So anyway, so it all worked out. It was pretty good. Except for my freaking my thing didn't work very well. The sound it was coming in and out. It's kind of
well, funny. I think though, I think it was actually kind of funny when I was listening to it because I was sitting there like I don't know if nobody thought of it. Did you try the trick where you turned the audio thing on and off?
I did actually, and it didn't work. And then I exited out, came back in, and then it didn't work. And then I did the thing again, and then it worked. It was like I was getting frustrated, going, I might not end up on the thing tonight.
Yeah,
so, that was
in the end. You guys were able to make it work. So it was good.
It was interesting seeing and listening to the other people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I haven't really met them, so to speak. So.
Yep, they were able to cycle through a number of different ones. I'm trying to see if I can find it here. I'll see if I can locate it after. So let's go through here. So Piccolina here says, Bobby, wasn't Johnny Busick a contender, not a pretender? He said what he said.
I said.
There were good reasons for it.
Yes, they're validated.
Brendan here says, have you guys seen the Upper Deck employee exclusive Connor Bedard rookie yet? I have actually seen it. I'm trying to find a picture, actually. I know Sluggers 55 had one. Maybe it was in his stories. I'm trying to see if I can locate the image.
I saw one on the Instagrams.
Yeah, that's what I saw that for sure, and I definitely saw it in the stories. But I thought Sluggers also had one. Carlos with a K.
Exclusive. What is that one? Is that
so? Basically, what happened is they created a Connor Bedard card. It was an autograph. So they created their own design, and this was a gift to employees. But some folks have put it up on the eBays, and people have been able to purchase it.
Of course,
which they're allowed to do. It's like
a gift. It's a gift.
Billy explained it.
It's a partial raise.
Yeah, right. You can go out and sell them. They're, they Upper Deck does it every once in a while, and they're highly sought after. These employee, cards. And right now, who's hotter than Bedard, and especially in the hockey market, they all got this autographed. I don't know if it's serial numbered or not, but it has to be a low print run because only the employees got them.
Serial numbered.
And they're allowed to sell them and get the cash if they choose.
That's kind of cool.
It's not like they said, "Hey, you can't sell."
What are they going for?
So I'm going to show you. So I was able to find an example here. So this is what it is. So it's in a nice gold paint pen. Design actually plays into that very nicely. So it's an on-card autograph with a nice paint pen. So it looks nice and clean. So pretty solid. And then on the back, it does say clearly on it, employee exclusive rookie. So it's got it's all got its own custom design, and it's specifically labeled Upper Deck employee exclusive card. And by the way, you can tell it's legitimate upper deck because look at the edges, look at the edge damage. So it is a legit upper deck, 100%. Let it be said that they did not give any favoritism to their own employee exclusive cards, that it's got edge wear, just like all the other upper deck cards.
I wonder how many they did make. How many employees do they have?
Well, I don't think it's like a crazy amount, but I think it's enough where they're out there. So this one sold for $2,550.
That's crazy.
So pretty good. And I know a couple have sold for over 3,000. So that's pretty strong. Now, if you're a person who wants to be a Bedard collector and you've got some means, this one is a more unique piece comparatively to some of the other items. So it's a nice little different twist. The most famous one was the Upper Deck Exploit exclusive PMGs, because there's a Mike Tyson, there's a Hulk Hogan, I think there's a Tiger as well. And they're all like purple PMGs, but obviously they're very limited because in relative terms, they didn't make us. And I think they had less employees back then. So to build a set of those is actually very difficult.
Wow. Yeah. It's not very difficult as long as you have the money.
Oh, that's basically what it is. If you've got the money, you can get a copy of those. But yeah, it's the same though idea. The same concept was that they made those cards out there, and they're not supposed to get out, but they've been available. People have been able to get their hands on them because, well, if you're the employee, it's like, look, especially if that's in lieu of a bonus. If it was with a bonus on top of it, so be it. But if it's in lieu of a bonus, well, and you can get $2-3 grand.
Yeah, and the president has 40 of them in his desk drawer there.
Yeah, he just hands them out.
Yeah, it's like, yeah,
he doesn't hand them out.
Yeah, looks nicer than the SPA. It might end up being like the design. I think for an autograph, having the bottom section be dark with the gold paint pen, I think actually works well design wise. So it was a good design choice. But like I said, you can see there was the chipping and edge wear and everything. Unfortunately, dark borders, that pretty much automatically happens, and that's an issue. Paul here says, rumor has it Billy sold it for Take Conti comments. Maybe. Who knows? We'll leave it to Billy to answer to confirm or deny that rumor. Although it was funny. So this will bring me back over to the EPAC thing. So Billy and I were conferring notes related to EPAC. So I'll explain the concept again for the unfamiliar. Basically, it's a digital electronic version of a lot of the sets that Upper Deck does. It's a really good way for them to honestly make a lot of money because there's no middleman. And the beauty of it is it's all electronic. It's all random number generator. Now, let me give we'll get some of Eric's tinfoil. He'll cut it with his knives. We'll grab our tinfoil here for a second. Look, I've joked about this endlessly, and I'm like half joking, half not. The question is always, what's the allocation? Because the idea is that the EPAC is supposed to be packs are in the same configuration, boxes are in the same configuration, and you can buy. But there are some whales that will buy cases of this stuff because from a convenience standpoint, it's easy. All the base cards are all digital. Now you can take groups of them. If you actually open up like cases worth of it, you're going to get multiples. But what happens is you can convert them into kind of exclusive versions of it. There are some achievements, which then allow you to get exclusive cards through this. All the inserts, parallels, and exclusive and achievement cards, all of those have physical copies in the real world. So AKA, you get one of those things, you can actually have it transferred over to another person's account where they can do it as they will. COMC is the one who does fulfillment. You can have it shipped directly to you straight from there, or you can have it shipped over to COMC and sell it on COMC, put it on eBay from COMC if you want to. And whenever you're ready to ship it, they're the ones who are fulfilling it either way. So you can send it to your COMC account and do it later, or you could do it right on the spot right there and then just pay for the shipping and have it shipped out to you. COMC is the one doing the fulfillment, though. You're not really saving any money. It's the same price.
No. Mm-hmm.
But there are physical cards in it. That's where I think people get confused. They're like, oh, but the cards are digital. It's like the base cards are digital, but you can turn some of them into physical, and all the inserts and parallels are all physical. There's a real version in the world. Autographs, memorabilia, whatever it is, they all exist, and you can get a copy. Now, what's good for folks that are collecting, so here's where the collector portion is. If you have patience and you're finding that a lot of the rarer cards aren't coming out there, what tends to happen is all of a sudden people open up a bunch of them all at once, and since they're all visible and people can see them, a lot of those lower numbered ones suddenly start hitting the market. And because it's been so long since the original thing came out, the prices are actually a lot lower because now we've increased supply and some time has gone by. So the market has kind of cooled off on it. And now you have the opportunity to go get yourself some of the ones that you were looking for, probably for a better price. I know Billy was filling out some of his Tay Conti stuff, grabbing some of the PMGs and things. He wasn't able to get them earlier. And he was able to take advantage, make some trades and do all that because you can trade on EPAC. You have a way of doing it. And you can also buy and have people transfer. So I was able to get one of my Dennis PC cards that was out of 25. I had found 0 on eBay at any price. So I had no option of buying it. First day of EPAC, one of them came out. And we were able to come to a deal. The guy was out in Edmonton. We came to a price in Canadian dollars. I transferred it over. He transferred it over. I had it in my account inside of 30 seconds, and boom, it's off of my ComC. Next ComC mail day, I'll get the card in hand. Yeah. But we were able to come to a good deal. Boom, instantaneous transfer done.
So both that card out of 25 and the 1 of 1 came out of EPAC.
Yes. And I'm going to get to the 1 of 1. So now let me, so I wanted to lay the groundwork, explain the concept again for folks that are less familiar. Okay. Second portion of it. Obviously, you can also buy the packs and do whatever. The joke forever has been that, you know, they a lot of the good cards wait for EPAC. Well, this was their AEW metal. Well, what's metal known for? PMGs. And they have now the gold PMGs, the 1 of 1s. And one of the things that a lot of us observed and kind of we compared notes amongst each other is like, shouldn't there be some more gold PMGs by this point? And we were even debating it in one of the Facebook groups that I'm in. They're like, well, because you're seeing all of them. That's why you're seeing all of them. It's like, these are 1 of 1s. You're telling me somebody pulls a 1 of 1. They open a ton of this product. They pull the 1 of 1s and nobody puts it on eBay. Nobody even thinks to put it out in the marketplace or make it available. I don't see it on Instagram. Somebody bragging about pulling it. Nobody shows it. But then first day on the Facebook group that I'm in has about 4,000 people in it. We saw about 5 or 6 gold PMGs in the first day. They're all 1 of 1s, so there's not like there's a ton of options out there. You either have it or you don't. So I bought 5 EPACs of AEW metal just because well, the hell, I'll give it a shot. You know, I'll buy a couple at a time. Inside of the first 5 packs, I pulled in Adam Cole gold PMG, and I was like, I opened 9 hobby boxes and got a couple of PMGs, but not even the greens, and the greens are out of 10, so they actually should be easier to pull. And 5 EPACs, I got a gold PMG, and I'll find the image here. I actually have it. So now my next trick is going to be figuring out exactly what I want to do with it. I'm going to sell it, but exactly what venue, price, all those things are currently being worked out, and I'm figuring it out. But yeah, definitely massive pull, especially for 5 packs. So there's the gold. So it's the retro PMG gold, and it's numbered 1 of 1 on the back. Now the problem is, the ultimate question is, obviously a lot of people are saying, oh, well, how much do you want for it? And I go, and the problem is, it's not like there's a lot of comps. I can't comp this exact card. I do know that the red version out of 100 for this person sold for $76 about a month ago. So basically I got to multiply it up. And then the question is, how much do I multiply it up? And that's basically
it's going to be worth at least 77. So
at least 77. Yes, no doubt. So either way, I made more than what I paid for the packs. Let's just put it that way. Either way, I came out a little ahead on that one. But the part that made me laugh was like, inside of the first 5 packs, y'all, #rigged. So of course I said it to Billy, and I said, Billy, finally, about time you follow my explicit instructions. And I go, but I wanted the dentist PC. That's the guy who dates the dentist. The dentist PC is the one I wanted. It's close. We got to recalibrate it. We got to go back and like fine tune a couple of the knobs. You know,
that's the only.
If you push,
yeah.
You know, we're close. We're closing in on it, Eric. We're starting to fine tune this thing. We're getting closer. One day. Brandon Ryan says, I wonder if employee exclusive cards can qualify as rookie cards. By definition, they shouldn't. They should not.
They're called rookie cards, though.
They put stuff on there.
Where's Victor?
Where's Victor? That's right.
Chime in.
Yeah, not pack but distribution for the secondary market. Yeah. Is that the one from the box set? No. That's an employee exclusive. Can't say it's regional because eBay ships everywhere. That is true. Just had to drop in. So 540 flips, personal friend of Eric. Just had to drop in and say the like button. I'd like get everybody else to do the same because Eric needs to know we all appreciate his putty knife, his butter knife, and how his knives spread mayonnaise. Man. Wise words.
Why
so that's why you needed to resharpen your knife. You were like, Mayo. And the Mayo dulled your knife.
I am going to find out who this 540 flips guy is one of these days.
Ooh, with the knife in your hand, stating that. Watch out.
Has brought me to a point that
a knife point
I can come back from. And I've asked, and I blame you because I have asked you to ban him. I have begged you to please not allow him in the chat, and you continue to allow him to run wild and type all these mean things to me every week. And I have hit my breaking point.
So counterpoint, flaming Elmo meme, and also I'm an asshole.
Or 3-year-old child running with scissors.
So frankly, hashtag on brand, Eric. I only do as I am programmed. Moving on.
A brief escapade.
I don't like him. I don't like him at all.
Actually, I
Hey,
can see the
hey,
chat.
Dom didn't do anything to you. Don't be mean to Dom. Dom's a nice guy. What are you
I can
doing?
read the chat. It's loud. And
You know what I'm talking about? That goddamn 540 flips.
All right, well then stab him with your knife. Be Stabby McStabberson. Embrace your destiny. Anyway, Dom here. Good evening. Evening, gents. Did y'all touch on the 1 Million Cubs project acknowledgement by the team? Thought that was awesome. So we have not, but we can figure it out. We'll get on to it in a second. It's a good call out. I'm back. Sorry, I had to take a brief escapade. It's okay. As long as you weren't sharpening your machete, it's fine. Eric will forgive you. He's only putting it down for now. As the moderator, nope. Fair. So 1 Million Cubs project. So this here, if some of you follow him on the YouTubes and the Instagrams, he is someone who, and I actually had to find, because I couldn't remember what the whole thing was, is that it was 1 million Cubs cards, but I knew there was a stipulation, because otherwise you could just buy 1 million of the same damn card. It's not a big deal. Presumably though, I believe it's based on trading. That was the concept. The concept was that he would, through building an inventory, reselling, doing all these things, trade and do various things to get these cards over the course of time. And the goal was to get 1 million Cubs cards in the midst of doing all this, and eventually he would reach it. Well, he has reached the 1 million Cubs cards. And I'll share at least one of the images here, and I'll see if I can find some of the other ones. But he was able to do it. Go ahead.
Does everybody unsubscribe now? Just bye-bye.
Well, no, this is 1 million cards, not subscribers. This is 1 million cards for the project itself.
But isn't he on YouTube doing it? Saying it?
He's on YouTube doing it. But
So
basically
after
what
he
happened,
reaches million, he's got no content left.
well, he's got the content of the actual million. Then after that, of course, it drops off, and we forget about him forever.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
That's a different thing.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, for the moment,
It'll be the 2
Chicago
million.
Cubs did. The Chicago Cubs did celebrate him for that.
Oh,
And I'll see if I can find the picture. So this is actually the Chicago Cubs. He got the opportunity to throw out the first pitch of the baseball game. He got honored with this thing here on here. And I'll see if I can find the picture. Topps made him a custom superfractor 1/1 to celebrate the accomplishment. So they actually made him a card.
can he sell it?
Maybe. It'll be a Topps. It could be a Topps employee exclusive.
That'd be a million and one, right?
That's right. That's right. Careful. Don't stomp your foot and pound and create another damn earthquake. I know. I heard Eric uses the squeezable mail. Maybe.
Why we got
These people have theories, man. I don't know what to tell you. People have theories. They look at you as a man who would use squeezable mail. So I'm going to see if I can find a picture of this card. I think I know where it was earlier. So I'll see if I can locate it. It'll take me a minute. But in the meantime, I'll read a couple of these. There's about 225,000 unique cards. Yep, I know he's definitely come across some duplicates in that for sure. Now Eric is so angry. He's got issues. Bobbles and ball cards, you're right. That dude has anger problems.
Bubbles, I hope you're having a wonderful vacation, buddy. And I'm sorry that I'm so angry, but this 540 flips guy is just pushing my buttons. And I wish you were here, to help me through this and to defend me as the good friend that you are. And I don't know. I'm at my wit's end with this person. My private investigator, which I hired a long time ago to try to track something. That guy's disappeared. All right. I think there's some shenanigans going on, and 540 flips probably killed him. Okay,
it's possible.
So I'm just at my absolute wit's end, and I wish you, Bobbles, I wish you were here to help me get through this, because I can't take this guy anymore.
Man, look at this back-to-back messages. Bobbles feels bad for you. Oh damn. And then here's 540 flips coming off the top rope. I heard Eric is starting a channel called 1 Million Hal F and Gills and Chocolate Sticks.
Go find.
I'd subscribe to that shit.
All right,
Bobby, I'd subscribe to that.
You don't need to sit here on Friday nights and torment me. Okay, go find something else to do with your life, you loser.
It's Friday night.
And hit the like button on your way up. So this is here. So here's the image. So collector
Double
surprise with the 1 millionth. So the 1 millionth Cubs card was actually a custom Cubs card for his 1 millionth. So it's Inception. It's collecting Inception. And as I said, he also got to throw out the first pitch at Wrigley, got presented with the card. He's got the superfractor. And in the superfractor is an image of him with basically a sign that talks about the 1 million cards. So they included that. And it is in, like I said, in a superfractor format. So pretty cool. Nice card. They were able to set that up. And this is actually in the Topps Instagram account. So they got that. And then congratulating it for it and showing off a little bit of what happened there.
There's your next year's influencer picture from Topps, right?
In fairness, though, and he also got a custom jersey there for the 1 million. In fairness, though, Bobby, having a 1-on-1 superfractor is better than the influencer cards. Like it's far fancier. I gotta be honest.
It is.
And he got to throw out the first pitch and the whole thing with the team and everything. So like, seems like a much better deal than the influencer insert set.
Yeah.
So I don't know. So I would argue he got the better end of that deal.
I would say.
I'm glad he just kind of lofted the ball. That's what everybody should do instead of actually trying to throw it, because that people just get humiliated. But I liked how he just was like, "Here you go, yeah, first pitch." Just kind of lofted it. Smart guy. I love these people who like try to wind up and throw gas, and it's just humiliating.
So you're saying if you're going to do the Boston Red Sox first pitch, are you going to like hit it with the machete, or are you going to try to slice the ball in half?
I am not joking. All right, I am not joking. This is not a joke. If I tried to throw a baseball with gas, my shoulder, which is hanging on by literally threads, would completely tear apart, and I would need immediate surgery. Both my shoulders need surgery, and I'm not getting them until I absolutely have to.
Body needs surgery.
Jeez, I was going to say the problem, Eric. My concern isn't that it isn't your shoulders needing surgery after you attempting a first pitch. My problem is your shoulder is you try to make the pitch, and then your knees need surgery, your hip needs resurgery, even though it has nothing. The kinetics chain is like discombobulated, like it's all over. There's some weird connections we haven't quite figured out yet.
Yeah, I've done some damage. Okay. And I should have listened to my mother because, which I hate saying because she's mean and she rubs it in my face. But she's been telling me since high school, you only have one body. You can't beat it up. You're going to regret it when you get older, blah, blah, blah. Right. And I didn't listen.
Older.
And now I'm older and my body is complete trash because I have beat the hell out of it for 50 years.
Oh.
And
an interesting theory.
If I tried to throw a baseball, there's everything in the shoulder would tear up.
Yeah, it's just you're offsetting that because you throw like a girl, and it's really a shame that it has to be.
Eric, did you ever think? Can I ask? So I'm going to read the rest of these comments. But Eric, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a serious? Eric, I want to ask you a serious question. Hold on.
First of all, I don't believe you, but go ahead.
Oh no, this is Bobby. This is some hashtag journalism shit, right?
Okay,
I'm gonna get to the bottom of the story.
All right.
Did you ever think earlier on, in your collecting life, when you were, paying top dollar, no price was too great for the Bobby Burrell Bibles, the Bibles of the hockey knowledge.
I did,
and not knowing that one day you would get to meet the Burrell himself. And did you ever think to yourself that not only will I get to meet the Burrell, not only will I get to speak with the Burrell, but the Burrell will mock me and explain to me how trash I am and how much I'm falling apart. Like, did you ever think that you would get to the level where he would mock you without mercy?
I just said he threw like a girl because he has only a few threads left.
Yes, that's the reason why.
I was hoping that if I ever got the privilege of meeting and maybe even someday befriending the Burrell, it would go much different than it has.
That's one reason I was asking this question. So, Bob, Eric, this was a serious question. So the follow-up question then, Eric, is should you meet your heroes?
No. No.
Stay away.
No, I because not only, and again, because I've told this story, the only reason I know you and the only reason I'm on this stupid ass show, and
because you're stupid,
there's that.
I was gonna say
is because I was stupid and followed Bobby all around the goddamn YouTubes during the pandemic because he was on like a show every 5 minutes, being interviewed about something. And I was like, this is the guy that wrote those books. Oh my God, this is awesome. And I followed him around like some kind of freaking guru. right? So yeah, some messiah, and then he ended up on your doorstep, and my life has been a complete shit show ever since.
Yes, that was when it turned. So thank you
So
for hold on.
it's
In a
his
related
fucking
note,
fault.
Kathy Wade here. He's
Oh.
full of shit. He still doesn't listen to me. Yes. Thank you, Kathy.
Isn't it past your bedtime?
Wow. Sean says, has the gold Bedard been pulled yet? Not that we're aware of. There are rumors. There are people who have theories, but not that we're aware of yet. Just to make sure you don't throw the first pitch like 50 Cent or the mayor of Cincinnati. Thank you, T206 kids. 2 valid points. $5 billion man. Facts.
Yeah.
Got to use it though, or you actually lose it. Just don't bomb it down mountain bike courses and you'll be fine. There you go. Don't bomb down mountain bike courses and you'll be fine. That's right.
Yeah, but that's not any fun. Yeah, Uncle Rico. No, Uncle Rico said he could throw it over the mountains. I can't throw it 10 feet. My arm would literally fall off.
You can't throw it out in the mountains of snow in his front yard.
I couldn't throw a snowball at somebody. My arm would fall off.
What about your left hand?
That one's also.
Then you throw like a girl.
I can't throw lefty. I will throw.
Look at him already. Yep. Okay.
You would think after playing with your machete so much, you would have developed some arm strength on there or something, man. Like, what are you doing?
Too many mountain bike crashes and tearing everything in my shoulders when I throw my hands out, or I land on a shoulder, or I hit a tree with the shoulder. It just they're holding on by a string. I've already had shots in the right shoulder, and I have pain right and here. And do you know how they give you a shot for pain?
No.
Here,
but go ahead.
They get a needle about this long, and they insert it through the back of your shoulder and push it all the way through your shoulder until it hits the back of the sore spot. Then inject into the sore spot and release the medicine there.
So we're gonna find out later, Bobby, that actually that wasn't necessary, and it was literally the doctor didn't like it.
It was just like, yeah,
it's gonna be like, we're gonna fuck with this guy. We're gonna tell him we have to do it this way. It's just the most painful way we can do it. We could have just like 5 seconds. They would have been like, or we could have just given him the ointment. He could have just rubbed it. It would have been fine, completely fine. Nope. Do the needle. Do the needle.
Yeah, he's a Bruins fan. Do the needle.
Yep. When I was younger, I wanted to meet all the funny comedians I like. Glad I didn't. All of them are messed up in some usually dark ways. Yeah, comedians, there is that aspect of it. We'll let Eric back out here in a minute, but I want to read through the rest of these comments here. Bojack makes knives out of repurposed antique saw blades, hand forged in the mountains of North Carolina. There you go. That would be actually more interesting. Like if Eric fashioned his own knives, or like was there and he had it just like was forging them somewhere. That'd be amazing. As it is, it's just like
watch
it's
that
just
show,
lame.
Forged in Steel or Forged.
Yes,
I watch it all the time. I love it.
I think that'd be great. See, that would be something that Eric could do that we would respect, and then we'd go back to ridiculing him without mercy. But for the moment, for like that shining moment, a glimmer of respect. Not yet. We'll get to you in a minute. Bob Boozle, good evening. I just assumed Eric was on the show because Carlos had blackmail-worthy evidence on him. Have you, Bob? I feel like the show. Look, let me kind of retort this way. Given the context of the show, if this is what we talk about for all of your benefit on camera, what possible blackmail-worthy material can I have? Like, how bad would it? Like at that point, I'm sorry. At that point, Eric just throws himself onto a sea of razor blades. Like it'd be just easier. Just jump. Just jump. There's no point in that thing. Paul says, don't give him cookies for a month, Kathy. It's facts. I don't have any sympathy for sports villain Angel Reese or hobby villain Eric. There you go. Dang. All right. Last comment here, and we'll let Eric talk. All right. Justin says, first time I saw Bobby was on Jeremy's show when he sold that PSA 10 Gretzky back in 2020. It was the PSA 10 Gretzky sale. That's probably something about right the timing was.
That's a long time ago. Yeah.
All right, Eric. We were getting bored of your needle story, so I needed to finish reading the comments. Now we're caught up. Now you may speak.
I asked my mother to make me cookies last night, and she said no because she made me cookies the night before. I said, what? There's no rule that says you can't have cookies 2 nights in a row. She says there is now.
Yeah.
See,
she's about right.
Abuse your rights and you get limitations.
Yep. All right, so here we go. So Tom Hessing can only stay a moment, so I wanted to say something to Bobby. Your book is getting mentioned a lot on the Gong Show. They need to have it advised that you have an app. That's true. Actually, that'd be probably like a little good segue. Every time you mention the book, hey, mention there's an app.
You have an app?
Need them.
No, but they whatever. It's fine. Don't worry.
Okay.
There's nothing to see here.
Okay.
Yeah, I noticed they somebody gave them a free book the last was it last show or the show before? Yeah, I think it was last show back in November. I think it was my second edition in 2006, and they've been referencing it ever since. But that is antiquated information that they're using, but it's still more advanced than they know today anyway, so it doesn't matter. It works out.
There you go. Fair enough.
The app will just wreck them. They won't know what to do.
It'd be too much.
Yeah.
Too much too soon.
I can't read 7 paragraphs on the Canadian chewing gum. That's another thing too. I won the Canadian chewing gum game on from Cllct. And the thing that really, as in my article, I wrote about it, and because the wrapper sold for $16,000 US, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
For the gum wrapper from 32, and I won the game. And the linchpin was really the tube that it came in, because it said Canadian chewing gum on the tube, and obviously it was dated and stuff like that. So, anyways, they shipped it out, and they lost the tube. The main part of the thing. So they're still looking for it. I haven't heard any word back, but they lost the tube. The most historical piece in the whole auction, they lost it.
Shame.
Yeah, there's other jerseys and stuff, but this is a one of a kind. You remember the game of the 33 Canadian chewing gum. The cards were specifically made with letters on it, and you had to cut the letters off the card to send away for the game. So it wasn't like it was on a wrapper where you could send away 5 wrappers and 10 cents and get a game. This was part of the set. It made the set, and it's gone. Now the mailing tube was it had hockey on it, had Canadian chewing gum. It was kind of really cool looking, nice metal cap ends and stuff like that. And then the game went inside, but why was the game outside of it when it's supposed to be protected inside it? Anyways, we'll see what happens, and I'll keep you abreast on that next Friday.
Nice. All right, sounds good.
Yeah,
I'd be a little grumpy about that, I think.
Oh yes, yeah. There's it's not very good when it's the one of one. It's rarer than Carlos's 1 of 1. The game is 1 of 1. The tube is 1 of 1, but the tube led us to know that was the game for the mail away for the cards, and now it's gone. Easy come, easy go, eh?
Later on, Eric will be like, "Wait, tube." Oh,
but the most interesting part.
That's what I was checking the knife on.
Most interesting part, they didn't even put 2 and 2 together. They didn't know it was Canadian chewing gum premium. It's Canadian hockey auction house, largest.
Oh, okay.
But they didn't know. But I knew, because I know more about hockey than most of them. So, anyways, it was kind of. They said, well, you can send it back and get a refund. I said, no, because now you know what it is. So at least the game they'll know, so they won't go for the $500 that it went for.
Well, at least you got that. At least you got that portion of it. Hell of a story.
Yeah, I just thought I had to tell people that story, because it's really interesting how things get lost at auction houses.
Is it? Do you think it's article worthy at some point? Would it be worthwhile to have an article talking about some stories about losing things in an auction house?
I think it's an addendum to my other article that I wrote, that I put on Hobby News Daily last month. It was all about the Canadian chewing gum and finding the game and what have you. So there's a little addendum that could be written. It could be it could be long. It could be very long. And it does happen. Things have happened, damage, whatever. So, we understand that things happen at work, at the workplace, you break a coffee mug, stuff happens.
Slam Bobby Orr stick into the wall.
But you lose a mailing tube that has hockey all over it. They said, we looked in the recycle bin. I went, oh no, you didn't say that, did you? Really? The recycle bin. We're an auction house. It's got hockey all over it. It's like it says hockey, 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 and it's red, bright red. It's like, yeah, might have ended up in the recycle bin. Yeah, sure, okay. You're a vintage hockey, like auction house. Really? Anyways,
The important thing is it recyclable? Because Bobby, it would be like twice as bad. Look, it's bad that you tried to recycle it, but it would be twice as bad if you tried to recycle a relic that isn't even recyclable. You're like a double asshole. It's really bad. That's really bad.
Yeah, yeah, exactly right. I would say that the cardboard would be, but the metal ends probably not.
That's unfortunate.
Because that's when they had the outer metal caps they would put on it in 1932, 33. Sorry, you know, it's like I don't know. It's another story in the long list of third parties that I have issues with. And that is another story that I could go into, very much so. But we'll save that for another day.
Yeah, there you go. Well, if you ever decide to like do angry tirades, you could always just go with use your pseudonym, Bougie Eric. Yeah, just go with that. Like I think at that point, like that guy is already hated in the hobby, so it's not like he'd lose anything. Then you can write whatever you want at that point. I
bet you the tube is in Atlanta.
That'd be a plot twist right there. That'd be a plot twist. It probably ends up in like, listen, if you're talking about a hockey artifact, the place that I would feel safest for it would be Cards HQ.
Cards HQ, baby.
Think about it. Yep. Justin here says, Bobby, I have a Nordic track treadmill too. Is that what's in the background? What kind of treadmill you got?
It's not Nordic. It's actually I forget the name of it. It's one of the top brands from quite a few years ago, which is basically a basic brand today. Yeah. Because what they did was, it was the most advanced, oh yeah, buy this, 10 years ago. Now it's like, okay, now it's way back behind the, it actually works really good. It has your heart pulse monitor, everything. It does a lot of the other stuff. I use it probably 3 or 4 times a week. Get a little cardio going. Actually watch some funny videos on Facebook while I'm doing it. And there you go.
Yeah, well, hey, listen, it could be worse. Like Eric talks always about his bicycle and the whole thing. I know for a fact that literally his version of cardio is basically just he sees a picture, he goes and looks at a picture of Marcel, and he pretends like he's running towards him. It's actually just a mattress, and he runs as hard as he can. That's actually how he injured his shoulder. Unfortunately, there's like a brick wall behind there, and he forgot to set the padding correctly, and it was just very tragic. No amount of cookies is going to fix that.
He's coming here in May. And American laws are not going to protect him like those Canadian laws do up north.
Do you feel though? So this is important. I established a moment ago that this is like your training regimen. That you've got the picture of Marcel and then you run towards it with with velocity. But the question is, if you do it in real life the same way you do it in training, do you feel that playing Chariots of Fire might tip Marcel off?
Well, I have to get him to run in slow motion too.
He's an older man, so this one he might just do it naturally.
That's
it might just be the speed. It is what it is at this point. Yeah. So kind of takes care of itself, really. That's also a good Married with Children reference for y'all. Whenever Al Bundy would do anything athletic, it would be Chariots of Fire. It was always the slow motion.
Yeah, it would.
You got to play Chariots of Fire in order to make it the whole scene work.
Yeah.
I'll just leave that with that context. There's already been a lot of double entendres today. We'll just leave it that way.
That's not nice.
Question for y'all. Anything in particular any of you guys want to talk about? We made a lot of hay out of the things as we have. So that's always kind of fun. Bob Wizzle here says the exercise may save you from the demons unleashed during the eclipse. Good luck. Man.
Oh, that's freaking thing.
Very considerate of you.
It's all over the news. It's almost like, really? Okay.
I just want it to be over. I don't want to hear the word eclipse ever again.
What is the big thing about the eclipse? It makes me think there's something else going on, because now they're talking about, what are they saying? Oh, there are going to be some power outages. Rogers has to install new equipment. I'm going, what? Okay. Is this a false flag or what? Come on, guys. It's just an eclipse.
Is it, or is it an alien spaceship going over the Earth?
It might be. That'd be cool.
That's what it is.
I'd like that.
It's a small planet. It's a Death Star.
A Death Star.
It's that big. It's the size of a small planet, and it's going to cover the sun and come right over the Earth.
Just when you think it was the moon, it wasn't.
It's a Death Star. Size of a small moon. Yep.
Wow.
All right. So we're going to get wiped out. All right. Better catch in that 1-1.
I'm working on it. I'll hold out some hope. Let's see here. Let's talk about Elvis. That's a joke, even though I love the Elvis. The Elvis. Not just Elvis. The
Stoico.
All right, so here's a joke. Ready?
Boston Bruins.
Kyle Gill. Okay, next.
Reggie, no.
There is an app. There isn't an app.
All right, that's like 4 jokes, Eric. What else you got?
So, but this tourist goes down to Graceland, and he's taking the tour, and all of a sudden, the ghost of Elvis comes out of one of the rooms and is in the hallway, and the guy is frightened, and he looks at Elvis, and Elvis goes, "Boo."
Wow.
Are you going to eat that sandwich?
I said, "Boo."
You should have stuck to sharpening your machete. Maybe you should have said the joke while sharpening your machete. Maybe the multitasking might have helped it. The multitasking might have solved
That's how Elvis says "boo." Get it?
Then you could have went.
There you go.
Yeah.
The
And
knife.
Bubbles says, I'm all shook up.
See,
Bubbles, Bubbles,
Mhm.
that was a good follow. Well done.
That's it. Yeah.
Well done. Well done by you. I don't say, yo. That's kind of what we're sitting at. This is what happens when Ken Golden doesn't light himself on fire. I told you guys.
Uh-huh.
I keep asking. Like one time, I'm like, come on, Kenny, don't do it for you. Do it for us. You give us something to talk about. Be a little more interesting, I will say, I'll double check what the score is. Ovechkin scored his 850th today.
Yeah.
I don't know if he scored a second time, but he scored. The first goal was the 850th.
And
So he's chipping away. He's still chipping away.
Austin
By the way,
Matthews has 63.
do you know how many goals he had in his first 21 games? Because we know he started slow, but do you know specifically how slow?
None. How's that?
Not quite that bad. Not quite that bad.
he had,
Two
like,
then.
he had like 5 or something.
It was 5 goals in the first 21 games.
Wow.
And now he's at 28. So it was, but if you remember, we talked earlier, like I think it was on the podcast we talked about earlier, and I just said, I read an article where somebody was talking about that, but they were looking at it. They were just, the question they were asking was like, okay, so has he just fallen off the face of the earth, or is it just bad luck? And what they were looking at is how many shots has he taken? Because with Ovechkin, the question is, if he's taking a lot of shots, generally speaking, they go in. And older guys, what happens, a lot of them, is they just stop shooting. They just don't get the
third
opportunity.
line at that time or something. He probably wasn't, the premier guy.
Well, apparently over the basically between seasons, I think his dad passed away and he had a couple other personal things going on. So basically at the beginning of the season, he was ice cold. Like he just couldn't buy. But then they were looking at the numbers and they go, well, he's still taking shots. So in other words, it basically, if things just kind of revert to the mean, some of them will start going in. That's basically what they were looking at. I go like, unless he just stops shooting, I expect a few more will start going in.
Yep.
And that's basically what kind of happened. And
850 later. Here we are.
Yeah. He's picked up the pace. But yeah, this season was a very slow start for him, but now he's on the cusp of 30, which would be a very respectable finish, especially considering that slow start. Very respectable.
Matthews at 63.
He is, I think so, yes. I'll double check where we're at right now. I know some of the early games have gotten going. So the other one that I thought was actually pretty good is did you see the Sidney Crosby kind of tie record or whatever you want to call it?
No.
Yeah.
So he tied a record with Gretzky for having his 19th season of being at least a point a game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, which is just consistency. It's, every year you're at least producing at a point a game pace or better, or better. But the point is for 19 seasons, that's excellent. that's very, because that's point a game is very good.
Right.
For all we talk about Matthews has to score 1 trillion goals to be a point a game.
Ovechkin is doing that, I mean, that just there are players that have come into the league that are one-dimensional.
Two for Ovi today. And
they are superior in what they do, whether it be Brett Hull, Ovechkin. I think Ovechkin has more of a game than Hull did. Guys like Gretzky, guys like Lemieux, guys like Crosby, they got an all-around game, and they can have points a game because they have the assists, they have the goals. A lot of times they have a good plus minus. Those are the true great players. Yeah. Ovechkin. Listen, Ovechkin's incredible, but he's one dimension. Well, it's early in his career. He was just a freight train all over the ice. I mean, he was awesome, but he is now a one-dimensional player. He goes out, does his shift, he glides over to his spot, he waits, tries for a one-time slap shot, doesn't work, goes back to the bench.
That's like Matthews.
And that's sad.
Beyond that.
Really. Yeah, and that's sad because he's young. Ovechkin's old. He's grayer than me.
Yeah, but it's the same. It's an equalizer. It's like old, young. You're still standing there.
Well, the thing is, like, two things. So two things I want to mention here first. First is, if it's the same move every time, which it generally is, stop him. You know where he's going. You know what he's doing. Oh, yeah. Stop him. Like it's your job as the defense to stop him. By the way, his first goal in this game, I watched the highlight earlier. His first goal was actually him picking up a rebound directly in front of the net. He basically bodied a guy, moved him physically out of the way, and then when the other guy shot, the rebound happened, and Ovechkin, boom, slammed it in. So he used his physicality. In this case, it wasn't in the one timer in the spot. He goes, "I'm just going to push you out of the way and do it this way," which can still work, obviously, if you're able to do it.
Matthews a sharp opportunist. That's all. So I'll give him that credit for sure. Yeah. Like
so I think
opportunities there, he'll find the puck and get it in quick.
Yes, 60 times is quite an opportunist.
63.
Yeah, he's good. But
but they say that before they say their score of the Leafs.
But I'd rather have
63.
I'd rather have somebody with a complete game. Now, you had, for example, Boston just, over the last 20 years had Patrice Bergeron. He had a complete game. I mean, he won a bunch of Cllct trophies. He was a face-off specialist. He scored plenty of goals, plenty of assists. I mean, he was an all-around great player. And that's the type of play that I really enjoy. Crosby's one of those players. He's good at everything.
So I want to touch on two things. So see, this are the desperate times that we're in. We're actually having to talk hockey, actual game.
Yeah,
crazy. Like this is off brand, guys. This is off brand, y'all. Eric just wanted to talk about baseball, and I was like, I understand. You want to talk about Alec Manoah? I get it. I get it.
You want to move on to something else and not talk about hockey?
Before I do, well, there's two things I want to finish before. So put that in your hatchet. Use the hatchet on yourself. But while you're doing that, I'll read a couple of these comments. But there is actually something I want to touch on here. So Zach says, "Good evening. Content gods aren't doing much for the show right now. It's okay. Eric will cut something. We'll make content one way or the other." Eric is one-dimensional. Facts. Only has eyes for Marcel, Hal, and Booby. True. He likes to pay attention to a lot of Booby while he's sharpening his machete.
If he has time to make wise ass comments, he has time to come on the show and say them to my face.
Your digital face. It's true. So I was gonna say though, is that I think what's been interesting, especially towards the latter portion of the season, I've been kind of watching, especially been keeping a lot of scoreboard watching and a lot of the different things, is so to your point, Bobby, every goal. What's funny though is that every goal Matthews scores is a Leaf record, but at the same time, like you said, he's basically just one time. And the thing is that I think that Leaf record is going to be kind of unassailable because they really don't have anybody else coming down the pipeline that's going to. So it's going to be interesting down the road to see what happens. But bring it back around, since Eric is talking so much about Crosby. I've mentioned this before, and we've talked about a few other candidates. Crosby, all things considered, especially with the Bedard hype and some of these other young guys and everything, Crosby settled into kind of this interesting little spot. That's why I mentioned the Gretzky record. But the Gretzky record is one of the more obscure ones. So he's tied it. But it's more obscure record. 19 seasons of a point a game plus isn't a very sexy record. but it's actually very impressive given what you're talking about, because the point is that means you're still point of game player is like your standard bar of this player is quite good, because there are players who can score 20 goals or 30 goals, but maybe they just don't have the game to be able to rack up many assists. They'll play 80 games and get 55, 60 points. By the way, you need those guys on a team. They're still important. They're still useful.
He's had great guys on his team too.
Absolutely.
So that helps a lot with the assist and the point of game. So
absolutely. But it also helps that he's able to score this season. I think he's at like 35, 36 goals. And especially consider now the thing is, in order to do that, you also have to play 19 seasons. He was Sid the kid, and now he's Sid the veteran. But even still, because he started so young, he still has some years left, and he's still playing at a high enough level. The point is, he's still playing a high enough level to be a point of game player, which is actually very good. So he's got a shot. I can see if he can do that again one more time, that's 20 seasons of a point of game plus. That's the NHL record. Nobody's done it for more seasons ever. Yeah. Not Gordy, none of the other ones. None of the other great players have ever managed that, because you have to play long enough and you have to be consistently good long enough. So here's the question. We tack that on to the rest of the stuff. Doesn't some of the Crosby cards become kind of interesting?
Maybe.
Because he's already locked in. Like his Hall of Fame credentials are locked in, but he was always kind of in this weird middle zone where you don't really think about Crosby most of the time. But he's got 3 Stanley Cups, and he's done all these things, and he's starting to accumulate. Next season, he should be at 600 goals. So like he's steadily crawling up into the accumulation numbers now as well. On top of that, and it starts looking better and better. So he's got the rings, plus he's accumulating the stats with additional seasons as he keeps playing. By the time it's all done, he'll have some pretty impressive looking numbers. The combination of all the stuff will look pretty good.
Yeah. Collectively, sure.
Yeah. So it's just going to be interesting.
His cards might go up from the influence of this show alone. Yeah. Oh.
But I think what's helped though with a lot of that is that there was obviously in the early days when that rookie class came out, obviously he and Ovechkin jumped out and immediately were like, now Ovechkin's getting his flowers because of the goal scoring record, but Crosby has been accumulating all the other things in between, plus the international, the gold medals and everything. So he's got that element of as well. So he's got a little bit of everything that you want.
I can't say I know this for sure because I don't study it like I used to. But my guess is Crosby has more career points than Ovechkin, even though Ovechkin has 800 goals.
He does.
My guess is Crosby probably has way a lot more points.
That I won't go quite that far. I'll give you what the numbers look like. He does have more, yes, absolutely.
I'll be right back.
The gap isn't is ridiculously crazy. Bobby's been having a lot of fun with the StreamYard app. That's right. It was actually pretty good for the first hour, so it's kind of funny. So Ovi has 1,545 points. So he's actually on the cusp of 700 assists. So he has accumulated a pretty decent amount of assists. Crosby is more of the playmaker between the two, but he also has less goals. So the two kind of even out. So he is actually at 1,586. So the gap between the two players is about 40 points.
That's a lot.
It's actually pretty tight. So you got to remember, Ovi has way more goals. Crosby has way more assists. So they kind of level out.
I honestly would have thought it was going to be a much bigger number. I thought maybe like 100 points apart. That was going to be.
Ovechkin actually racked up decent assist totals back then. Yeah. He hasn't done it now the last couple of seasons, but even still this season, he has more assists than goals. But he's got 33 assists and now he's got 29 goals. Not terrible, but obviously he slowed down, but not terrible. That's not offensive.
Listen, there's guys that are 27 years old at their athletic apex that don't have those numbers in the league right now. It would kill for a 30 goal season. So I mean, I think Ovechkin is playing pretty darn well for a guy who's been in the league for 20 years, and again, he's a hitter. This guy has beat up his body, especially early on. I mean, he would come flying down at full speed and just wreck people. So, Crosby's more of a skillful playmaker, not, only been in a couple of fights and, I know he had a lot of concussions from being hit, but I don't think you're going to find too many highlight films of Crosby lining people up and wrecking them.
Not really his game.
Ovechkin that was part of his early career. I mean, he was a locomotive out there.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, I think the two players are complementary. You can compare them, but I do think they're two different styles of player.
Yeah.
They're way two different styles. So, I have time for both because both guys start at the same time, and I have time for both.
If everyone was the same, it'd be boring. You got to have these players that are great in different ways, and that's what makes the game so much fun to watch.
Now I'm going to play a little game here with you, Eric. And by the way, chat, if there's something else you guys want to chat on, feel free. Throw some stuff at us because, like I said, more than anything, it's the Friday night hangout more than anything else. But yeah, it's been kind of quiet hobby wise, not personal collecting wise. That was the point of the last episode that we did, the last podcast. I wanted to point out, I was like, no, but the collecting beat goes on. I'm still out there looking for stuff and tracking stuff down that I add to the collection. Some of the stuff is a lot of fun. So that portion of it's actually been good. That's why I say, even with the EPAC thing, I've been hunting, man. I've been out there looking for some of the stuff for the Dennis PC to track some stuff down, and I put together a nice collection. But I'm still looking for some of the holes that I'm missing, some of the pieces that I'm missing. And so I'm still in the game, constantly going through that. And as I pulled the stuff from EPAC, I transferred over to ComC, list that stuff, sell some of that stuff, use the credit to purchase other stuff. So the maneuvering is still occurring. But hobby news wise, it's quiet. There's really not that much. Look, when our thing is like, hey, some rando is now in charge of Beckett. I don't know too much about this guy, but he's our new rando. He's our new dude. He's our new Jeremy. Yeah.
Promising the same old crap that they're never going to follow through on, and I was gagging hearing, we've listened to you and we're going to make the change and we're going to do all these things. It's the same crap you've been telling me that Beckett's going to do for the last 20 years. And you haven't done a goddamn thing except get worse and worse and worse. So, the new boss, same as the old boss, as the Who song goes.
So coincidence Brad shows up when he hears of Eric wanting to talk Manoa. I know.
I don't want to talk about Manoa.
I think you kind of do.
No,
right.
I do not.
So I'm going to ask you the question. I haven't had the chance to talk about it the entire show. So I'm going to do it right now.
Okay.
On the last episode of the AMG Collectibles podcast,
yeah,
on the AMG Collectibles YouTube channel,
mm-hmm.
we got a chance to discuss a few matters, and I've challenged both Sherry and Steve with something that I am now going to ask Eric. So first, I'm going to thank AMG Collectibles.ca, AMG Collectibles YouTube channel. Check it out. There's a podcast every week. You can check it out. It's on Tuesday. On Tuesday, you get two podcasts. You get the podcast on this channel at 8 a.m. We record it on Mondays. It drops on Tuesday morning. And then later on in the day before lunchtime, you get the AMG Collectibles podcast. They both drop on Tuesday. So you can check it out there on the channel. And usually there's stuff that came in the shop. Literally, after we finished recording that episode, Steve was sending me pictures of new stuff that came in the shop, and there will be some Bedards. There will be blood and Bedards.
Excellent.
So there is that. There will be that. So literally, as the week goes, I get pictures and things. They send me images and things that were picked up and talked about. We talk about SP Game Used, the new one, SP Game Used, which has Connor Bedard's in it. Spoiler, there may be a relation between those two things. Just throwing that out there, letting y'all know. So thank you to AMG Collectibles for the support of the podcast and the live stream. I hope Brad's here to keep Eric in line. You never know, man. You never know. We'll see if we can find the Burrell. He's playing around with the StreamYard. So the question I asked him was related to Connor McDavid.
Yes.
Talking about Crosby, talked about Ovechkin. Connor McDavid has now 97 assists. So yes. I believe he is playing tonight. So he's still got a couple games left, still enough. So right now, Edmonton and Colorado are tied at 2. Let me just take a quick peek. Let me see here. Do we have... Connor McDavid has a point, but it's a goal. So he's now at 30 goals. So, but he does not have an assist yet. So he is now at 97 assists. So first question, there's enough games. My expectation is that he should get to 100 assists. So the question isn't whether he gets to 100, or maybe you want to take a shot and say he doesn't get to 100 assists, even though he was getting like 2 or 3 assists per game for a little bit there.
Listen, because there's 2, as everyone knows, there's 2 assists on every goal. They are a high potent offense. Getting 3 assists in 5 games is not difficult. God damn it. It's not difficult for the best player on the planet.
Yeah. Now, but my question isn't about the 100. My question is, how many assists does he finish with? What is the number? So whatever number, that's what I want to know. I want to know how many assists do you think he gets with the amount of games left? They're still playing. They're still in the first period of this game.
Yeah.
So McDavid does have a point, but it is currently a goal. So the goal is what he has, but he's still got 2 periods in this game. And then however many games he has left, he's at 97 assists right now.
104.
104, which would still make him the 4th guy to ever achieve the 100 assist season.
Yeah, 104. As long as he keeps playing and no injuries and all that stuff. But yeah, I'd say 104.
You go. PSA Canada says, anyone have a Kikuchi or Super Factor? What a stud that guy is. Blank the Yankees again today. See, this is what happens. Whoever's in charge of the PSA Canada thing, we do not speculate in pitchers. Stay away from pitchers. Stay away. We do not learn our lesson ever.
They gamble.
That says, remind me, 18 likes. Oh, we got to do better than that. Come on. We got twice as many viewers than that.
Nothing to like. Don't hit that button.
There's just so much.
Do not hit that button.
Oh my God, there's so much to like.
There is nothing here to like.
Oh my goodness, so much. This McDavid needs a cup like ASAP. I don't think this season's the one. Although we will do our playoff picks once the regular season approaches its conclusion. The most exciting game that we like to play. Eric, pick a series right. Just one. Gonna be amazing.
Last year sucked so bad.
It was so bad. It was pretty sensational, I'm not gonna lie.
No, it's not so bad.
Josh here says, did you see that the Bedard SP game used patch cards out of 25 on the back state? They should be autographed. According to the checklist, 25 isn't an auto. Appears to be a printing error. So unfortunately, I have heard something about this. I didn't see the specific card, but this has literally happened a couple of times. And look, we joke about it because Billy has been on here. I chat with Billy offline. I mentioned that already. And like I said, I have an in. I have somebody at EPAC that pushes the button so I can get 1-of-1 golds. Allegedly. Allegedly. So anyway, thank you to whomever it may concern. Next time, calibrate it to the right one, though. The Dennis PC. That's the one I'm trying to get. But close. The effort is there. Eric, I appreciate the effort. The effort is there.
Good.
We're getting closer. Look, I like the hustle, kids. I like the hustle. We keep it up. Keep going down that right. You're going down the right path. Keep working on it. We'll get there. But anyway. So yeah, so we joke about that, but he's a good sport coming on here and answering questions and talking about, and also sharing his own collecting passions and things as well. So it's very good. But there has been Eric, in all seriousness, if we're calling a spade, there's like a billion errors. It's like every 5 minutes there's a stupid like there's the thing with this issue, this manufacturing issue, this printing issue. You had the what's it called? The print run or whatever that insert was that's not numbered, but it is numbered, but they had multiple 1-of-1s. And then you've got the various things. And by the way, the thing where it was printed on the back wrong, where it said I was either autograph and it wasn't, or it wasn't, and whatever it was, whatever, that's happened as well. So like that's happened multiple times. It's like at a certain point, it's like, guys, really? How many things?
I'm starting to be concerned that somehow Beckett has infiltrated Upper Deck.
Well, and Tops and everybody else. Tops has had their issues. Like, let's be clear. In the spirit of being accurate,
yeah,
Upper Deck's not the only one.
No.
Tops isn't the only one. Leafs had its problem. Everybody has had this
So this is my opinion. All right. You have human error on the company side and making mistakes that aren't caught before they go to the printer. That happens. Then you have the printers who do not care about any of this.
How do you know? Do you know?
They told me.
Okay. Fair enough.
They don't care about
I think you're talking about Classic there for a minute.
They're just that all they do is they print cards. They don't care about them. They're not collectors. I don't know if
job.
Yeah, it's
minimum
just
wage job, man.
Okay, I mean it's either printing these cards or working in the coal mine. It's like the making cards has air conditioning. All right, I'll go make cards. They don't care, right? So
it's like the canary in the coal mine thing, right?
It's a canary in the printing shop.
Mine.
So
maybe.
So that's part of it. So you have printers who aren't collectors, who don't care that everything is perfect, who doesn't care that it's all there. Now, mistakes are made there because there's more human error, which is understandable, and also a lack of caring. When the stuff is sent back to Upper Deck, to Tops, to whoever, they have to make a decision. If we reprint this or we fix these errors, it's going to cost us money. We don't want to spend money. We want to make money. And the second thing is we're on a schedule. Upper Deck, as we know, for example, has been behind schedule since the pandemic. I don't know if they've actually caught up yet. Right?
I think they've done, so I'm going to add a couple of things here. I think they've done, and I wish they would do it more. They've done a few products where they combine 2 years into one.
Yeah.
Just to get caught up. They basically said, we'll take some of the previous stuff, we'll load it into this other product, in turn creating more hits, but also keeping it so that you have that, so that the next product that comes out will actually be in the correct calendar cadence. That's not a terrible idea. It's just
the rookie class,
because having 2 years at a time is really stupid.
Yeah, but the rookie class wasn't so great. So actually amalgamating them together was perfectly done.
And that's what I mean. Like, it's an opportunity. If I would consider it an opportunity to actually add value to the one product and actually make it reasonable, because ROI is a different problem. We always begin with the notion, if you're talking about boxes and breaking, box breaking is always a money losing proposition in the aggregate. That's the point. It's the design of the thing. But there's a difference between, maybe I get 50% of my box price back or 60% and I lose 40%. And then maybe once in a while I pull a nice hit and I get a little bit ahead, and that's great. As opposed to, I'm going to open this box and I'm going to lose 99.999999999%.
Or I'm going to buy 5 e-packs and ta-da.
If you got a button in the back, you got to push the button in the back. That's important.
I just
allegedly.
I just watched that.
Billy was going. Okay.
That I sent you guys the text of the box. That was a $1,500 box that was opened at the shop yesterday with 2 cards in it. $1,500. There are 2 cards in the box, and they're not worth anywhere near $1,500.
So who buys that stupid stuff?
People.
Most of the people that are buying, though, like, truthfully, most of the people that are buying the super duper high end ones are doing it in a break format, because as an individual, it doesn't make sense to buy a box at a time and kind of cross your fingers and hope for the best. Because even if you pull something good, if it isn't the team or player or whatever that you want, you still paid this top dollar. Now you have to find somebody who will take it from you, and you probably can. Great. Let's say you pulled in a great card, but it's not the one you want, or the player you want, or the team you want, or whatever. The good news is you're going to make some money on it and get your money back. This is good. This is not a bad thing. This is a good thing. But now I have to go find the buyer, take care of the arrangements, do whatever I need to do, and then I'm still looking for the thing I'm looking for. As opposed to the person who buys into a break, the break itself will actually be less than the price of a box. I may not get much, or if I get something I want, then I was actually able to do it on cheaper. So I can buy into more breaks for an equivalent dollar amount, and maybe I get something good.
Yeah, the maths don't work on that. But anyways, yeah.
But the thing is, on the breaks, the maths work better than buying on a per box. And that's why so many people have gone to that, because they're like, okay, I pay $1,500 for a box, or I pay $100 for a spot.
So neither one really works.
But one is less broken than the other.
Just go on eBay and just buy the damn thing.
Yeah. But look, this was the analogy I would use is this. Let's use the infamous lottery or scratch off tickets or whatever you want. You're buying a $10 scratch off ticket, and your options are you will scratch it and win $1, or you'll win $11, which is, you won, but did you really win? Versus the other one where you bought the exact same scratch off ticket for $1, and your return is either 25 cents, so you lost 75 cents, so not nearly as bad, or you get $11, but you only put in $1. So now you can buy a couple of these, and maybe one of them will be the $11, or worst case scenario, you're losing 75 cents a pop, as opposed to the other one where most of the time you're going to lose $10, $9 each time, and you only got one crack at it. So that's
it's just like my friend. He was telling me today. Not my friend. I just know him. He just.
It's like Marcel Eric. Go on.
He just did a scratch ticket yesterday or today, was it? I think it was yesterday, He won $150,000. I went, good for you. Fuck off. And
Yeah, but that's Canadian dollars. That doesn't count.
still
By the time,
100K.
Eric, by the time I'm done with the mathematical FX commuting, I'm going to let you have 150,000 Canadian dollars, and it's only going to cost you 4.7 million American dollars.
True.
Hashtag bargain.
Not a bad deal.
Mm-hmm.
So when I exited, I pushed the camera that's blanks out the camera and just bye-bye. Does everybody else have the same thing with this app? No, it's so much better. It works so much, and they won't let me use my iPhone now. So it's sort of like, oh man.
Yeah.
So I don't want to touch anything, but at least I get the thing coming up on the side, the chat,
right.
And I can see it clearly, and the picture's small on the left, but even still.
Well, one is like using it out of a browser versus the other one using it on the app. So that's the biggest difference. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, the bottom line of this is that both we already discussed this before. If you're trying to track something down, the optimal way is to buy the single. We know, like the optimal, like the most efficient way to accomplish what you're trying to do is to let somebody else take the hit and buy it.
Yep.
For some of us that still enjoy having the opening portion of it, then we're just looking for the best conversion of value, the one that is the least problematic. The problem is a lot of these products are too expensive for what they are. The price point's too high. Your return is too low, so it breaks the system. I've had conversations about the whole thing where I'm opening those AW boxes, and I've done the breaks on the other channel and everything. But the thing is, at the price point that I'm getting the boxes at, it kind of works out. I've actually been able to get my money back on these breaks, but the price point allowed me to do that. If I had been buying it at full retail, I wouldn't even try because it wouldn't work. They would be the math doesn't work at that point. Like the numbers don't fly. But if you can do it and then be able to take advantage of the aggregate, you actually increase your shots at getting enough things in order to offset the cost. But your mileage may vary. It's whatever the conditions are for you. But I feel bad for folks that are having to pay like full price on some of these products and taking their shot. And I'm like, you've got no chance. You were dead before your body even hit the ground.
I tried to give advice in a quick way yesterday that maybe paying $1,500 for 2 cards that you don't know what they are might not be the best thing to do. And the person said, okay, and then went and did it, and then regretted it as soon as he saw what was in there. And I didn't say I told you so. I just went back to work and kept my mouth shut and just listened for, a lot of bitching for like the next 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's the problem. Or you can get trinkets.
Hockey radio. I don't have a hockey radio.
1975. You don't like them anyways because they're just awful.
Oh, look at you, son of a gun! You tricked me. You put it in a Canadians box.
No, actually, you could you get a sticker sheet and you can put anyone you want on there. And someone chose the Bruins, unfortunately. So, Canadians you could sell, but Bruins, no. So, anyways, it works still, I think. Oh yeah, I don't have the battery, but anyways, it does work.
AM, FM, or one or the other?
Just an AM, actually. It was 75. AM was pretty popular.
Oh yeah,
it was really to listen to your games, which was basically AM back in the day, and still is today, actually. A lot of them. So, anyways, 1975.
Well,
there
that's
you go.
Cool. It's in the app.
What app?
Application form.
What app? What?
Nothing.
Yes.
Mail away. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know. It's like
I keep thinking I hear things, and I'm just confused. I'm so confused.
Bobby was just talking about appetizers. He does enjoy speaking on food.
I'm hungry. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like appetizers sometimes.
Yeah.
Until they start putting vegetables in them. Why should they put vegetables in appetizers?
What do you have against vegetables?
Who the hell wants vegetables and appetizers? I want something.
Mushrooms are nice.
I do like mushrooms. Stuffed mushrooms are good.
Yeah, there you go.
But I just So lately I've been going to restaurants. I look at the appetizers and I'm like, there is nothing on this list that I will eat. Back in the day, everything. But now it's like they all want to be all foo-foo. And I'm like, I don't want this crap.
So you're saying they're like trying to be bougie?
Yes. And I am anti-bougie, as we all know.
I think he's confused. He's having an identity crisis.
Mhm.
I think he was doing way too much sharpening of the machete.
I think so.
I don't have to sharpen this because it hasn't been used yet, and it's still razor sharp out of the box. So
Josh has it right. The Gotham app.
I'm going to look that up.
I should too.
Facts.
This one
Zach here says,
"Oh, go ahead.
yeah, I'll just
I
read
can
this one
read
quick.
stuff now. Thanks."
There you go. Zach says Topps Tribute Baseball is one of my favorite products. Used to be $300. Now it's $575 US. There's probably 5% chance of breaking even. I blame breakers. There's plenty of demand because of breakers. So it's a double-edged sword. So to your point, though, used to be 300. It's now 575. Double-edged knife. That's right. But look at it this way, though. So imagine if the hits are actually still very similar, which in a lot of cases, these products, it's not like suddenly the product became worse, is that the starting price is higher. At $575, let's say you open a box and you get a $300 card before you broke even. Now you're still behind. And you pulled the same card. The only thing that changed was your starting price point, which wrecked the math, it wrecked the ecosystem. And on the other side of the equation, this also hurts the whole ecosystem. The people that are buying it now all of a sudden go look at something where before they would be like, oh, okay, that's a decent card, veteran, whatever. That's probably like a $50, $60 card. But now they pay $575 for the box and they're like, $180. And I'm like, it's the same shit that was like 50, 60 before. Like, what are you talking about? It's like, I paid $575 for the box. I need to get some of my money back, bro.
That's not my problem. You're stupid.
And everybody who says when they do this box break, they always go, oh, well, that's worth 100. That's worth 200. Yeah, I'll get my money back. No, it's only $80 worth of cards. You're just kidding yourself because then you got the fees on top of that. So it's really only $40. So you're beat. Yeah. Because everybody fakes themselves out. Oh yeah, dude, that's got to be worth like $1.50. Yeah. Sure. Okay.
Hey, they tried, man. They tried. I don't know what to tell you. I actually shared this on the Discord. I think you'll get a kick out of it. So I mentioned the new SP game use. The big draw, obviously, what people are chasing are the different Bedard cards. That's what people are going after.
Sure.
So that's the big one. Because there are a couple different inserts, subsets, and stuff that you can pull. So you can get one. It's just a matter of what you get. There are veteran cards in there, as there always are in, Upper Deck. So I'll explain what this is. So this here is 20.
That I am going to beat you at this thing.
If I bought that, I would beat me with it. Anyway, so here's the point. So the problem isn't the price tag, although it is the price tag, but there is a secondary problem to the price tag. There's two problems. First problem, this is 2023, 2024 SP game use. It's a Medano autograph. It's one of the sticker autos. They've done a lot of these now. This one is numbered to 75. In the modern parlance, out of 75 may as well be common as dirt. So forget about the price is bad, but the price is worse in the context of it's actually a very common card, relatively speaking.
If you're going to do Medano at this stage, it's got to be at least 25 or under. You can't do 75. That's just like, come on. It's like dollar bill stuff.
But the thing is that, but when I showed it to them, I was sitting there having a chuckle about it. I'm like sitting there like, if you're the person who puts this up, I'm like, you could literally just Google for 4 seconds. Do you have any idea how many out of 75 autographs there are? Different brands, different years, different combinations.
I know 75. Yeah. I thought I knew the answer. Okay.
Yeah. With a multiplier, yes.
Yeah. But the thing is, like, there's been plenty that have sold that are similar to it. Obviously, it's a brand new product. That specific card may not have sold. But an out of 75 autograph certainly has plenty of them. So in about 4 seconds, you could discover, they go for like $40 or $50. That's probably closer to reality. $3,000, depending on the occasion. If it's a nicer looking one, maybe a couple more dollars. But that's basically it. And then sticker autograph, a little less. On
Yes.
card, maybe a little more. So it's like, but you can get the answer to the question. 3,000 or best offer. I'm sitting there. I almost want to do what we did with Bobbles. It's like, yeah, best offer, $150.
Yeah.
And then he'd lose it.
Yeah, it's like $150.
Yeah.
That card,
So,
that Bork card he put up. I don't know if he's still around. I was going to ask him about it tonight, but I know he's on vacation.
I think he sold it. You're talking about the cracked ice one, the one with the
Oh.
Bowman Best. I think he actually was able to get a buyer for it. I double check with him, but I think he was.
I mean, I know he started it at one price and it came down and it came down, but it was still in the hundreds and hundreds of dollars. And I saw that it was no longer available the other day.
I believe he was finally able to get an offer that was acceptable. It was still a good price he was able to get for it, if memory serves me. But double check with him. But I'm like 98% sure he was able to get a buyer for it. Because it is a nice card, and some of those 91s have started to dry up. They're just not around as much as they once were.
Yeah.
By comparison, those are actually still relatively.
I think it's out of 100 or something. Or
yeah, for that year it was out of 100 for those. But out of 100 in the late 90s, those were actually tougher,
right.
because they spread it out a little bit better. Bobby plays in the realm of possibility is my takeaway. There you go, Professor O. Good evening. When do we get memberships, Carlos? There's a join button.
Mm-hmm.
The join button also says exactly what it is.
You get the pleasure
nothing.
of being a member.
Yeah, you get the joy of a little thing beside your name.
That's it. And your messages get read much quicker.
Oh, obviously, yes, no doubt.
We can say that because timing is everything, right?
Is factually true. But the other thing is, I was laughing as I was kind of looking at it, as I kept thinking, like, should I do something with it? But I've always found that look, I say this with love. Sport card folk are cheap. Anytime it involves spending money on anything, they're like, oh my God. And they'll spend money on the dumbest shit. They'll buy boxes of stuff where you lose money left, right, and center. But the problem is then you would also, realistically, then be like, okay, so what do you offer that's of any value? What can you do? Here, you can see these videos a little earlier. Usually as I record the video, it goes up right away. So it's like, there's no real benefit to it from that perspective. I always wondered what a lot of the other guys would try to do is like, what do you do? Like, I don't know. I have seen like, so the guy stacking slabs, Brett McGrath, I want to say, he's tried to make a go of it, doing that kind of thing with the Patreon model. And so what he's done, to his credit, I'll give him credit. He's at least trying. Fine. I'll give him some props for it. He's created content exclusive to Patreon. So he's literally done some interviews and stuff where they'll do a deep dive on some stuff and they'll look at like auctions or they'll talk about some stuff. But what's funny is it's like auction watch alongs have already been done. Auction breakdowns have already been done. But then you put it behind a paywall. So now you got to be a patron in order to see a breakdown. So that's basically it. So I always struggle with it. That's why I don't promote it. But the join button does exist, and a few people have used it, and I do appreciate it. But yeah, it's not that many. It's literally a glorified tip jar, and it's literally labeled as such. I wrote it that way. Yeah. It's like it's a glorified tip jar. That's all it is.
But you are acknowledged.
You are acknowledged. Oh, without question, you are acknowledged. Yeah. I like to think, though, like I said, I've mentioned for the handful of folks that have used it, it simply makes you better people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like we hold you in much higher esteem.
Oh,
without question. Without question.
Higher than Eric.
Oh, and that's tough.
Yeah.
Josh says, Flippin' Steve snuck a not so swell fella card in his video today for you. I think it was probably one of the, I think I saw one of the videos. It was probably 96 finest refractor, something like that, like the gold refractor, not so fella. Probably that's the one. Here you go. I think it was more of a thank you for what you already do. Yeah. And I appreciate it. It's one of those things, but it's not necessary. That's why I don't promote it, but it exists. It's there. If you remember, you can call the non-member peasants. Exactly.
Yes.
Lord over your superiority.
Yes. Because
they are indeed peasants. But it's Brett, and he's having an existential crisis watch party. Yes. Now, an existential crisis watch party. I'd watch that shit. That'd be a pay-per-view. A good old existential crisis. I love it. But it's one of those, Bobby. So I've joked about this before, and I've had the conversation. So since obviously there's no other main topics to talk about right now, I'm sure we'll think of something. But let me have a little fun with this, because this has been one of my pet peeves. So let's talk a little content for a minute.
Okay.
One of my pet peeves is you can do whatever you want. Obviously, I'm a big fan of long form. Huge fan of long form. Obviously, this is kind of its own beast, but the podcast is long form. Some of the videos are long form. So I enjoy, obviously, long form. But one of my pet peeves, the single most irritating thing in the world for me. So let's say you make a video or a podcast or anything, it's like 25, 30 minutes, whatever, long form.
Sure.
And you spend like 18 minutes yammering on about this, that, the other thing. And right in the title, it has a topic. And you keep yammering on, and maybe you've got a sponsor or something. And then you yammer on about that for 5 minutes. And then by the time you're done, you've said stuff, but you only talked about the topic for like 3.5 minutes at best in like a 25, 30-minute runtime. I'm like,
sounds familiar. I don't know who it reminds me of.
But I'm talking about two versions of this, Bobby. There's the version of it that's just ads. But then there's the other version of it that's content, yes, not ads. Maybe a little bit of an ad, but content mostly. But content that has nothing to do with the top. The episode was supposed to be about this topic. And you maybe spent 3 minutes talking about the actual, and you're just yammering on. It's like, and then my day was like this. And I'm sitting there like, I'm sure your day was fascinating. Wasn't the episode supposed to be about this topic?
Brothers got to get paid. That's all I can say.
Well, the problem is if it's like a podcast, like the amount of listen time doesn't add anything to us. In YouTube, watch time and all that adds up. But if it's just a regular podcast, like say on an audio feed or whatever, you don't get extra credit for listen time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, not really. So it's like you could have just gotten to the damn point. You could have made the podcast 5 minutes.
Oh, I guess
it would have come the same.
Gets paid for doing the ad, I guess. The length of the ad. Yeah, probably.
But that's the thing, though. I'm saying that in the second scenario, not the first one, the second scenario, the ad was like a minute. It was like a 30-minute thing. The ad was 1 minute, which is fine. That's perfectly reasonable. The rest of it was just meandering, though, blathering about nothing. And then 5 minutes of the actual topic. And I'm like, this entire podcast could have been like 6 minutes. You could add the 1 minute ad and then the 5 minutes of content and cut off the rest of it. I don't care.
People won't endure that anymore. You know, when I go in to watch certain videos, I watch the same one. You know, same people. I always go about this far in. You know, just I'm gonna avoid the bullshit, all the other crap there, and then the ads are gone or anything else. The promotion's gone, and then usually towards the end, there's another ad. And then it gets, you know, if you watch it on your phone, then you go through that commercial stage. It's like, oh, crap. And then they come back. Well, thanks for joining. It's like, fudge. I just wasted 3 minutes of my life. I won't get back.
Yeah. I just found, I'm like I said, I'm using him as an example because the Stacking Slabs guy has a Patreon. So now he's got this section. And I think he actually comes from like a marketing background. And I think the idea is that you're building rapport with your audience and doing all that and whatever. And Bob Boozle has like the right idea here of what I'm getting at. Like I said, I'm being actually very specific with what I'm referring to here. I'm not just picking on the guy who's like all ads and that because we know that guy. But I'm talking about the situation where no, there is content, but it's all over the place. And that's where it gets a little weird for me because it's like, but this isn't what I actually signed on for. I'm not. So Bob Boozle, here's a comment here. If the podcaster lived a life of adventure, then the hour on his life would be okay, which I agree. If you have good stories to tell, then yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm sure I'd like to listen to it. Yeah, that's fine. Again, I like long form content. So if you can spin a yarn, if you've got an interesting tale to share or something amusing, I want to see how long Eric can hold that pose before the shoulder gives out. The point is that if you have that adventurous thing to add to include that in there, yeah, sure. Go ahead. Why not? Nothing wrong with that. And by the way, if I'm not interested, I can skip past it. But if you're living like mundane life of suburbia, I'm like, there is no chance whatsoever that I give a remote small amount of a crap.
Nope.
Like, please stop talking about yourself. You're not that. Please just get to the top. And the problem is, in this scenario, you're basically telling me you didn't have that much to say in the first place.
Yep.
Now, I've also seen the other side of this equation, also behind a Patreon. And like I said, I'm not going to call out the rest of them. I'm not going to be, I can be mean, but if I think they're trying their best, I'll give them a pass. If I actually think they're trying, I will give them a pass. I saw one where behind the Patreon wall, they're saying that their podcast is now behind the Patreon. And I'm like, okay, fair enough. I understand it. It's tough for some folks because, again, folks are kind of cheap. They don't want to pay for it. I get it. But they literally showed like a little thing where they showed what the last podcast episode was, and it was behind the paywall. The podcast was 7 minutes long.
Oh.
I'm like, you could make a 10-minute podcast episode behind a paywall.
And 6 minutes of it was advertisement.
I think based on what I remember of his podcast, I don't think he has any. I don't think that guy has any sponsors. So it's. But the thing, I'm like, it's 7 minutes.
Well, that's why he's got Patreon.
What did you even say, Eric? Help me. I don't understand. You got a 7-minute podcast behind a paywall. 7 minutes.
I would think that he lost subscribers because if you're paying for something, just like the boxes and the cards we've been talking about tonight, you want to get your money's worth. And when you do not get your money's worth on whatever it is, you're angry. You are now an angry consumer. You're an angry customer. And
Eric,
you're
we've
not
seen
showing that.
people that like to complain about free content.
How
People
do you
will
complain
people
about
will
free content. Don't watch it.
but Bobby, but all the time. I go to the comment section and stuff, and they're like, "Oh, well, you should have done it like this." So this really sucks. And I'm sitting there like, fair enough. And because depending on what it is, I'll watch and then I'll go to the comment section. I go, I agree, it sucked, but it was free and you could have clicked off at any time. There was no obligation, no charge. You were nothing out other than your time. And if you've made the decision, the call that this is not worth your time, then you could have clicked off at any moment and completely saved your time. So I find it hard to sympathize. How dare you make content that bores me? And I'm like, well, then why'd you click on it? I don't understand.
I don't have
Help
time
me.
for comp. I'm actually getting back into some movies and putting them on in the background. I'm getting tired of the content because it's not anything good. Like, really, it's just bad. And I think they're just faking it. All the people who are popular, they're just pushing the envelope now, and it's not even going anywhere for the most part. So you just kind of go, okay. I listen to my regular stuff, and then I'm just watching movies on Prime. Or not even watching, just listening while I'm doing my other shit.
I agree. Sports card content is boring, and people who listen to it are stupid. I agree.
Mm-hmm. And that's why we don't do it here all the time.
That'd be foolishness. We don't want to do that. Professor Oak says, I like to complain about sports card almost, as you should.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's fun watching the Discord, though, the rapturous praise. Rapturous praise. They say they like to complain, but really it's rapturous praise. Rapturous. Yeah. It's really too much.
Are they
nonsense?
Was that?
Yeah. Are they really anonymous?
Well, I think 540 Clips is there, and we don't know who he is.
Oh,
is the Gong Show really a Gong Show? Is
Gong.
nonsense really nonsense?
So anyway, the point that I'm making is just to bring it together. The reason why I brought it up was that I find it very strange, the idea of people already complain about free content. As soon as you put it behind the paywall, then I actually don't blame people for then holding it to a higher standard. If you're actually paying for it, then your expectation is like, no, then I want information or entertainment, preferably both. Like I then expect you, I expect more production value or anything. Like the point is the expectation is elevated, and deservedly so, because now I'm actually investing my money into this, my hard-earned money into this. So I'm sorry, you can't half-ass it the way you might have been able to do it when it was like, on the free side that's not behind a paywall, then people are still going to complain. But then you can kind of tell them to kick rocks because it's like, well, it's free, dude. So, if it's free, it's like, I'm sorry, whatever expectations you have, that's your business. But if you're paying for it, then yes, I do expect things.
If you're getting paid, receiving money, especially from a crowd source like that, right? That's a job, and you owe those people something, and you owe it to them to put some time in for production, research, etc., and give it your best effort every time. Set 7 minutes, people. That's ridiculous. Now
it's actually kind of insulting.
You don't.
You couldn't come up with a couple more bullet points to get it to like 10, 15 minutes. Seriously,
maybe.
You don't have to do a 4-hour show on a Friday, or God forbid, 7-hour shows on a Friday and a Sunday. Because only crazy people do that kind of shit.
Crazy
memories.
Crazy people do that kind of shit. So, but 7 minutes, I would hope that people would just say, "Nah, I'm done," and they just click off of that and stop sending your hard-earned money to people who are basically just taking advantage of you.
Yeah. Well, like I said, the reason why I don't call that one specifically out is because I know that they've made content before prior to that, and they're trying, but it's one of those things. By the way, making a longer podcast episode doesn't mean it's good.
No.
You could fill it with garbage. Like that doesn't mean it's good. But I feel like if you're talking sub 10 minutes, man, did you have anything to say? Like, I find it hard to believe that you had that much to bring to the table if that's all there is. That's my point. That's all it is that there is a happy medium between like just filler for the sake of filler and like you couldn't even make it to 10 minutes on a topic you're either an expert or passionate about. Earlier, Bob Jackson says, I didn't want to skip it. I actually got caught talking about this other thing. Any WrestleMania prediction? Yes, I've got a number of them. I can give you the short version of it. I actually made, if you put in BIC Wrestling, it's in the description. That's the wrestling YouTube channel I have. I did an episode on WrestleMania predictions. So talking about what I just talked about a moment ago, they've got 2 nights of matches. I went over every single match on that card. My plan was just to go over quickly and give predictions, but then I started griping about some of the storylines getting into it. The video went for 46 minutes.
Wow.
But it's not behind a paywall. So
True.
so it's you can just click on it. It's free.
It's free.
Knock yourself out.
Yeah.
By the way, that channel isn't even monetized, so any ads, I don't get shit. It's all YouTube. I have no control over it.
There you go.
Like and subscribe. But the point is that I was just talking about one event, and I had opinions on all the different things in there, and that was 46 minutes. And you're telling me behind a paywall you can't come up with more than 7 minutes worth of content? Are you kidding? Come on. Come on.
Some people want to just make the money.
Maybe I should put it behind paywall. Oh my god, this guy's a legend. 46 minutes. Oh my god.
I want to make the money. How do you make the money? I want to make the money.
Don't spend it on knives.
I do spend a lot on knives. Yeah.
Yeah. That might be part of your problem there. Yeah.
Knives are expensive. People don't realize how expensive knives are.
Okay. Eric, I got 2 questions for you. I'm gonna ask you 2 knife-related questions.
Okay.
Number one. What is the most expensive knife you have there?
The most expensive knife that I have
It was like a $300 one, wasn't it?
is the one I showed last week that used to be my dad's. It's a Benchmade. It's the one that's really large, long blade. It's really illegal to carry anywhere. That one's worth hundreds of dollars.
By the way, so I'm including that in there. So that's the channel there, and that video is the one that I'm talking about there. And by the way, the title is not clickbait because it's exactly what I said it was. WrestleMania 40 predictions, ... or Carlos complaining about the card for 46 minutes, which is exactly what it is.
Same thing. Yeah.
There you go.
I have thoughts. I have thoughts on that WrestleMania card. And I do make all the predictions in that card. If you want the really short version, I can literally just tell you match by match what I think it is, and it would take me about it. By the way, if I wanted to make a short version, a YouTube short, all I have to do is say this match, this person, this match, this person, this match, this. You can do it in a YouTube short, 60 seconds, you'd be done. But if you actually want to talk about any of the thing length,
for that.
that you can actually bet on the wrestler, which is
Okay.
hilarious. I'm like, somebody has the answer to the question of who's gonna like. They know.
If I have a friend that works at WWE, which isn't
you would make free money. Yes, that's how you make the money.
Which isn't stupid. They are in driving distance from my house in Connecticut.
Yep.
Okay, I could have a friend that works there in the production department that has all this stuff and tells me what's going to happen, and I just call Vegas and make a bet. Are you effing kidding me?
There are sports books that take bets on WWE. Yeah, you can bet on the Rumble. You can bet on some of these WrestleMania matches. Yes, 100%.
I don't know what to say.
Well, your friend's behind a Patreon wall now, so.
Yep.
I don't know what to say. That is asinine. How could a betting place take bets on a product that they know, that the whole world knows is fixed?
I said the same thing about hockey betting for decades, man.
Yeah.
Stuff. Josh here says the 46-minute video is classic Carlos. Worth a view. Appreciate it, Josh. Hope you hit the like. It is still a small channel. It's still sub 100 subscribers. I'm letting the videos do their talking for themselves. That's why I don't promote it very actively. I'm showing it to you now because it was relevant to the question. So do I have WrestleMania 40 predict? If you would really like the short version of it, I can quickly read them off for you. But otherwise, that video is exactly what I think about every single one of those matches. Fully laid out. That's why I put it in its own place. If people are interested, they can. It's right there. That's where I put it. And I talk about the cards mostly because I do actually enjoy. To be honest, I was crapping on the WrestleMania show because I really don't like the card. That's why I was complaining about it for as long as I was. But what's funny is the cards I like. So when I'm talking about the cards, it's like, well, he's so positive about the card. Yeah, because the cards collecting is fun. I like collecting the cards. That's fun. I enjoy that. It gives me enjoyment. Now, complaining about the wrestling card that I don't like, that also kind of gives me enjoyment. I was cackling by the end. I was done with that. So I did enjoy it, but in a different way.
When is WrestleMania?
Is this weekend.
Oh, it's this weekend. Okay.
Yep, it is this weekend. It is coming up here in Philadelphia. We got the April 6th and April 7th. So it is live for the 2 nights from Philadelphia. I think it's in the football stadium, I believe. So they're doing it in the big venue. It'll be very well attended. It's going to be a big. I said right on there. I said it's going to be a big show. This is WrestleMania 40, so it's an anniversary WrestleMania. Any one of the 10, 20, 30, and 40, those are always big ones. And they're back to the Roman numerals. So this is WrestleMania XL.
Wow.
Yeah, and in 10 years it'll be WrestleMania L. It's like, did you slim down? Roman numerals, guys. Roman numerals.
But you can do the math and do a little few, put a C in there and an X and all the other numbers just to add it up.
You could if you wanted to play with it a little bit. Like people get enough confused. Like just
put a bunch
XL.
of
Like
in there,
what does that mean? It's like the L is 50 and the X is 10, and you put the X. It's Roman numerals. Yeah, Roman numerals.
Yeah, it'll work.
Next year, XLI. So there you go. He didn't say knife. He said knife. That is correct. I did say knife.
You did say knife.
Eric's knife talk should be put behind a paywall because I'm Carlos Plus. Yes, that would be sensational. All Eric knife talk. Oh my God, the people are clamoring for the knife talk. Look, if I did do a Patreon, that is the kind of shit I would put behind the wall. 100%. Yes. And I would literally have a video. So I would have that. And then I would have another video where Bobby would be explaining to Eric that in fact there is an app. And you would see Eric's like, look, what?
I could put that behind a paywall.
Absolutely. You don't get that shit for free.
I'd get tons.
You do not get that
more
shit
money than I get for the app.
Oh, yes.
What app?
Easily. If there was one, though, you would find out about it behind the paywall.
You have to got him to need him.
Yep.
Inagata Davida. What? Sorry.
Yep. You think I love the Friday Night live stream? Put it behind a paywall and see if you see me in the comments section.
Probably not.
I don't think anyone was commenting on whether you liked it or not, but thanks for letting us know, Zach.
Well, I really don't know if he
is that a dare?
Not.
I do. That's why I always laugh. It's like
if you like it, there's something
that's no threat.
Yeah. If you like it, you're obviously a very sick individual.
I was gonna say. I always find it. I was like the last person to say, it's like, well, I don't need this. It's like, okay, then go. Can I bet the fans will complain? You should. It's a safe bet. Well, they had like they were having like, it was like WWE World or whatever. They do like a fan fest kind of deal. So this year they called it, I guess, WWE World. It's in Philadelphia, out in the area. They were doing a bunch of appearances, and one of the big ones the last day or two was The Rock was going to be appearing to do like a little interview junket thing. But obviously you can invite people, general admission. They could go into like the little area there and watch the interview or whatever. And I think The Rock was supposed to be there like at 4:00, give or take, whatever. He was delayed by 2 hours. But the thing is, apparently it got very crowded in that area. People were like restless and everything, but nobody said anything. It just kept getting delayed, and people got, we're getting close. We're moving. And then afterwards, and they just keep going and going. And then finally The Rock showed up, and when he finally showed up, he was there for 15 minutes.
Oh
no. And I was like, yes.
And how much do you get paid for that? Yes.
Well, he's on the board of TKO, so everything WWE makes, he's a piece of that. So now he's the big boss. He is the big boss man these days over there. So he's got a lot of say in what goes on. So either way, The Rock gets a cut. He doesn't have to be involved.
Those photos I picked up what was in Toronto in 1988 then, or 89? Was there a WrestleMania in Toronto?
Sorry, what year was it?
88 or 89?
WrestleMania 6 was 1990.
Oh, okay.
So WrestleMania 6 was 1990. That was in the Dome. That was Warrior and Hogan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Warrior, Ultimate Warrior, and Hogan. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That was the main event. That was the main event in Toronto in 1990.
Did you see the pictures I posted?
I think I saw some of them. I didn't take too close a look. I knew like era-wise what you're talking about, but if it's that year, it would have been a couple of years before they did in Toronto.
Okay.
But they ran shows all the time in Maple Leaf Gardens and stuff.
It was
so,
actually
like,
Maple Leaf Gardens. Yeah, you could tell a lot of that stuff. So
so there would have definitely been like they were running shows all the time. I've given the story before. The first show I ever attended was a 92 show. And the main event was Macho and Ric Flair. And actually, it went through the card because on obviously it's on the internet you can find almost anything. But if you put on like Maple Leaf Garden, WWF shows, if you look at the right era, because as soon as I see the lineup on the card, I don't remember the specific matches, but I remember who was in them and I remember components of it.
Yeah.
But I know, and that was also, by the way, the only time I was ever in Maple Leaf Gardens for an event of any kind. That was the only time I ever attended any event at Maple Leaf Garden was a WWF show in 1992.
Wow.
Carlos Sr. took me to the WWF show, and you had Owen Hart was there with Coco Beware as part of their tag team at the time. So he had the neon and the checker, the whole thing.
Yeah.
They had the whole thing. I remember that very well. I remember it very well. So they had that, and I also remember that I think the Repo Man was part of that as well because it was hilarious, in that area. But as I said, like you got Hogan and Ric Flair. In the middle of their feud going on. And it was actually a very good card for like an early 90s card. It was actually very strong. A lot of Hall of Famers that you talk about from that era. So that was a good era there just before it shifted over. And then the Bret Hart and everybody went over. And then the Attitude Era was around the corner, but we weren't there yet.
Yeah.
And the next WWF show I attended was a WWE show in 2015, 2016. Very different.
It would be.
And I attended that one in Rico Coliseum, but very different. A good show, though. I will give them credit. It was a good show. I'll give them credit. It was a good show. But very different eras. Josh says Jackie Redmond hosting the WWE Hall of Fame. And it turns out green is her color. There you go, Josh. Paying close attention to details, I see.
I don't know what it is. I cannot stand her.
Jackie Redmond?
Cannot stand Jackie Redmond.
I think it's very much, it either works or it doesn't because she has a very... she is one of those presenter presences where it's either going to work or it's not. And by the way, it's not exclusive to ladies. It's men or women. Like if you're overbearing as a presenter, you're overbearing as a presenter. It will rub people the wrong way.
Listen, believe me or not, okay? I really don't care. I'm telling you the truth. My favorite person that works in hockey and broadcasts is Catherine Tappan. She used to be here in Boston. She did an unbelievable job. And then she got a job over at the NHL Network. And I think she may work for NBC now or something. But I think she's phenomenal at her job. And she's my favorite. And my favorite, and I think the smartest, most knowledgeable basketball reporter in history is Jackie McMullen from the Boston Globe.
Well, Jackie McMullen knows a lot of stuff. She's been around. She's talked and interviewed a lot of folks, so she knows her stuff.
I'm not anti-women in sports. We've been over that 1,000 times, but I cannot stand Jackie Redmond. I see her, I change the channel. We need more Renee Paquette. She is just the worst.
Really?
I just cannot stand her.
Seems oddly specific. Babuza says being a horrible person on WWE is hurting The Rock's 2028 election hopes or helping them. One or the other. That's pretty much one or the other. I just saw a man peeking through the window of Bobby's garage. Do you have windows in the garage, Bobby?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you
go. Oops.
Well, you know it wasn't me. Hey, you know it wasn't me this time.
Thank God.
Wow. If it was Eric, you'd see him because he'd be like,
"Yeah,
Bobby, want to see my knife?"
It'd be like.
Then all of a sudden, Chariots of Fire starts playing.
Oh, God.
You got time. You got time. Works out.
Yeah.
But yeah. I'm trying to remember before the knives and the whole rest of it. So anyway, so yeah, they did that thing. I think it's a bad look though. Like, look, if The Rock's busy doing something, it happens. But I think it's kind of incumbent on the organizers to understand that and be like, hey guys, he's going to be super delayed. So disperse, go check, because there were other things going on during that time. And because so many people were like standing there waiting and trying to they wanted to see the thing, a lot of them just kept hanging out. So the problem was the rest of the exhibits and everything were actually sparsely attended during that run there, as people were kind of waiting for this one thing. If the organizers had been like, hey, by the way, guys, he's going to be like at least 45 minutes an hour or something. A couple of people are like, okay, fine. Then I'll go to the shop or I'll do something. I'll kill some time for 45 minutes or an hour. And then if he still takes another hour after that, at least they got to patronize the rest of it and attend some of the other exhibits and stuff. Instead of just letting them all sit there while the security guys are kind of chuckling themselves going, these suckers.
Exactly.
It's like, when is he going to show up? I have no idea. Good luck. It's probably not a good impression that you're leaving with the paying patrons. Back to the patrons, right? Mm-hmm. You have to kind of remember, like, well, it's general admission, but they still paid to be there. So you should probably at least consider that. It wasn't like the whole public was available to. You had to pay to get into that thing. So it's like, and you could have been selling shit. You could have been selling them shirts or hats or, replica belts and all that. There's a lot of money that was left on the table while people were just standing there waiting for something that didn't start. And it was 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Now, is he or is he not going to wrestle this WrestleMania?
He's supposed to wrestle on night one as part of a tag team.
Okay. And he's a bad guy now, right?
Very much so. Yes.
Yep. Well, he's a bad guy.
Yeah. He made fun of Cody Rhodes' dog.
Ooh.
That's how you know he's an evil man.
Mm-hmm.
He did.
The little puppy?
Yeah.
The Rock is no friend of mine.
Yeah. Yeah. I very much enjoy it. Like I said, I don't mind it because I think The Rock is a bad guy is very entertaining. But I think my issue was that I was joking with one of my buddies. I go, you know what our problem is? He goes, what's that? The problem is I've been watching wrestling for too long. This is actually not bad. The problem is I can compare it to when he played this exact role 20 years ago. And it was better. And it was better.
Carlos, I can't compare like you just did. But I was going to say, do you not remember that when he first showed up, he was a bad guy? I mean, oh, Jesus Christ. Anyways, he was a bad guy before the Attitude Era, right? When he was with the
when he initially debuted, he was a very goofy looking baby face. He actually was, but for like a minute, and then people booed him and told him to die, and then he joined the Nation of Domination, and then became a bad guy.
Right. He was wearing that blue outfit, and he was
the very first time, yes, and a really bad haircut.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely ridiculous, right?
Really.
Yes. And I'll find a picture. It's heinous.
Oh, he looked utterly ridiculous. The fact that he agreed to do that is
it was his job. He didn't have a choice.
So he joins the Nation. So he's a bad guy there. Then he grows out of that, and he is still kind of an asshole bad guy,
yes.
Right? And then the fans, the Attitude Era shows up, and bad guys are now the good guys. Yeah. Wasn't it
really?
Like Tatanka or something? I don't know what his name was.
So this was Rocky Maivia. So this was his initial iteration. It was a combination of Maivia is like one of the family names. So remember, the family's been in wrestling for a long time. His dad was in wrestling. His grandfather was in wrestling. So Maivia is part of that. Eventually, they dropped the Maivia and kind of kept the Rocky and made it Rock. But at this point, this is like right at the beginning. He actually won the Intercontinental Championship looking like this idiot.
Yeah,
this is not a good look. This is not what will make you a superstar. You look like a complete doofus.
Yeah.
And the haircut is a bad call. Like, they were bad decisions all around.
Oh, yeah.
So not surprisingly, the audience did not take to this.
No. It was just horrible.
Yeah.
So,
and then he became an asshole and started dressing in, like, at the time were like nicer clothes. They had the glasses, the eyebrow, and had a bad attitude and way more entertaining. And what's funny is, as a bad guy, after a while, because he was entertaining, people started to enjoy it, and they actually started to cheer him, even though he's the bad guy, because he's entertaining.
Right.
He's
funny. That's what happened with the Attitude Era, because next thing you know, Stone Cold is the number one draw. Rock is a bad guy. He's a number one draw. You got DX was a number one draw, and they were all jerks and bad guys. That's when everything flipped on its head, and like Hulk Hogan's like, I guess I have to be a bad guy now. So, so him being a bad guy now isn't a stretch, because that's what he was for he made his star as a bad guy.
Here's a little side by side. These are only a couple of years apart.
Mm-hmm.
The guy on the right is going to have a much better time making things work for him as time goes, because by that point he was already established now as a character. So this is him with the belt he's got was a custom Stone Cold Steve Austin championship belt. So he basically stole it from him, and that's what he was doing in that picture. But by that point, now he's in the world title picture. So now he's at the very top of the card, main events and all that. The guy on the right has a much better chance, has a future. The guy on the left is going to get fired if he doesn't do something, and they figured it out. But the point is, like, same dude. So obviously, once they figured it out, he's more comfortable as a bad guy. He's very good at it. And now he's kind of in this fun little spot where he is the boss to a certain degree. Like, he doesn't have to play the boss. He kind of is. He has a lot of power in that company. Look, his daughter is now the general manager of NXT.
Uh-huh.
She's not wrestling anymore.
She has stopped wrestling because I think they actually watched her wrestle. They're like,
more.
she's not very good, is she? No.
Not
and it's a shame. It's a shame because she's actually a very tall girl. So it's one of those things where, like, under the right circumstances, if she could wrestle a little bit better, it's like, no, she could be physically imposed. Like, there are things you can do with that. Because he's actually larger than a lot of the other women. So she could, like, throw them around, and, like, you could do that. But she always looked kind of awkward trying to wrestle. It's like, yeah. And she might be athletic, but not in wrestling. It's like, you don't look athletic when you're moving around. It's like, I don't know, but just, you know what? Be the general manager then. Work on your microphone skills, because that's what got your dad famous. Work on the microphone skills. If you can talk on the microphone, you know what? You'll still have a job and you'll still have a role in the business. You'll be fine. But he gets on the board of directors, and his daughter suddenly becomes the on-screen general manager. Hashtag rigged.
Well,
take the money.
You know, you got Vince. Vince took the company over from his dad, and then he had his two grown kids involved in the business, and his wife. And then you had his daughter's husband take over the business. And so I think it might have been a little nepotism with the McMahons also.
It's alive and well everywhere. Don't worry.
Hey, good old nepotism, Bobby. We do love some nepotism. It works out. But yes. So that's it. So that's basically it with that. And for the content piece, like I said, good luck for people that charge. Best of luck to them. Make it more than 7 minutes. Seriously, record more than a 7-minute episode. Just pick a second topic and make it 14 minutes. For the love of all that is holy.
Please.
Jeez. So you go. JW here says Rock casted as a bad guy right now is not as valuable as Rock. Do you smell what the Rock is cooking? I don't think at this point that would work. Like, he was dying on the vine. They were trying to do a thing, and they had to kind of shift gears. Bad guy right now, like, I'm assuming you're talking about as a bad guy here. If he just does the "you smell what the Rock is cooking," just reads off a bunch of his catchphrases, yeah, that'll be good for like a day. And then people get bored of it in 27 seconds, and then they'll be like, "No, get off my screen."
He could single-handedly bring back the Attitude Era or something. I mean, it's been 20 years, right, since it disappeared. He could bring it back and, you know, get people interested again. Maybe not to that level. You know, I think that was just astronomical level that, you know, you had competing franchises and the whole thing. But he could bring it back. You know, because people would Bobby, someone stole your garage.
I know. It's gone.
Mm.
What can you do?
It's probably the Rock.
You know, more than likely.
Mm-hmm.
I hope Stone Cold comes out and, you know, beats the hell out of him or something, you know?
Yeah.
So there are folks that are kind of hoping for that. And I get the idea. So what's interesting is kind of ironically, Eric, it's ironic that you brought that up, because there are some people that are believing that that's already started to occur. Because The Rock, when he does his promos, he swears a lot more than the PG folks, a lot of the mandate for a lot of the other performers. And now some of the other ones are getting a little more latitude to do that as well. So they're kind of starting to shift back over to TV 14 rating as opposed to the PG rating. They're going to move to Netflix, where you're not going to have that same restriction. It's not network television. When the Netflix deal that kicks in, I think in 2025, Might be 2025. I forget the exact date. I have to double check. But anyway, so when you switch over the shows to Netflix, you're not going to have that restriction at all. There's no TV rating on Netflix.
But they've been on cable. They can do and say pretty much whatever they want. I mean, but the only thing you could broadcast it and do everything you want on cable, just about, but you'd have to be careful of who you let in the building, depending on how racy you want it to get. Now, my only issue was when things were getting really, really, really racy there for a bit. I'd be watching on Mondays, and there'd be a 12-year-old boy in the front row, and Sable would be in dental floss, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't get behind this.
Yeah, it's not wholesome like Emmanuel in Space. So anyway, what I was about to say is what's funny is that wholesome family television. So I'm trying to help you here. So anyway, it's like Bob Boozle read my mind just like going WWE in space. Let's get spicy. Hey. So anyway, what I was going to say is, so what's funny is that they made a decision years ago kind of to go to PG. And part of the reason they did it had nothing to do with 12-year-old kids in the car. They genuinely don't give a crap. They never have. And they never will.
No, Vince don't care. Come on.
Well, I assure you, Triple H and those guys don't give a crap either. Sure. The only reason they switched off of it, and it was under Vince's watch, was because of the Chris Benoit thing.
Yes.
And after the Chris Benoit thing, suddenly the program became very PG very fast. Like instantaneously flipped the switch and went to PG like almost overnight. That's basically, that was the impetus to being like, we need to clean this shit up and like fast.
And
with quickness.
And I understand PR is important. And you can, I don't understand why they didn't just do that for a couple of, 6 months or so and then, flip the switch back on, because people have a short memory, as we all know. I mean, there's 29 people watching or so, and I bet you, 10 of them have no idea what we're even talking, what Chris Benoit thing we're even discussing. So people have a short memory.
Mm-hmm.
It is, but I think once you started going down that path, though, and you started shifting a lot of the programming towards it, then you did start appealing to kids. The irony is, when you're talking about the 12-year-old boy and everything, their counter to going to be like, that's not our problem. There's their parents. We didn't tell 12-year-old kids to come here. After they made the switch, then they did start pitching it to the small kids. Then suddenly they couldn't flip the switch back. Not easily.
So just on a point on that, yes, you're right. It's the parents' responsibility, but we have ratings, and even if I want, I don't think I can bring a 7-year-old into a rated R movie, can I? I mean, I haven't really ever tried it or thought about it, but I know I can't bring a 7-year-old into a rated X movie. The old movie houses that, showed rated X movies. I can't, well, I'm his dad and he's 7 and I say he can come in. No, sorry, you can't. So if they put those type of restrictions on back in the day when Sable was running around with Stacy Keibler and dental floss and said, sorry, it's a, PG-13 plus show.
Well, the problem is it was TV-14 at the time and it was allowed under TV-14. So as soon as you go to TV-14, you could do that today. And there isn't a damn thing anybody can do about it.
I don't know. Listen, if I'm a curmudgeon or I'm old school, I just, I was watching that stuff as an adult, and I'm like,
Eric, there are organizations that went out of their way to pitch some of the advertisers during that run to specifically do that. And WWE's answer was to create a heel faction of people that were the right to censor, which were complaining about the exact thing you're talking about on the show. That was their answer.
Yeah.
And they would get beat up every week.
Yeah, it was crazy to me for a while. And I wasn't in favor of everything that happened during the Attitude Era. And if that makes me an old grumpy man, then I'll accept that.
We like I said, we need wholesome entertainment like Emmanuel in Space. And gentlemen being there, being manly men, sharpening their machetes. Bob Wizzle says, I was not happy with the Netflix deal, but if the platform gives WWE leash and go attitude, that may not be the best move for them. I think The Rock has kind of shifted a little bit of that. What's ironic about Eric's statement is that I'll see if I can find the picture. he did a beatdown of Cody Rhodes that was very, very bloody and very violent, relatively speaking, which was a lot harsher than what is usually there in terms of the way they do with the blood. Because WWE had policy where they minimize the blood and all that as part of their policy. And all of a sudden, The Rock decides, no, for my thing, we're doing it. Okay. And The Rock says, I'm going to use some spicier language. Okay. You're The Rock. Do whatever you want. And then other people are like, well, can I do that? It's like, yeah, I guess so. Okay. Then suddenly the other guys get to be a little spicier too. Funny how it works.
Imagine DX with no holds barred. Especially since, like, you know, X-Pac and Road Dogg and Shawn Michaels were like all on hardcore drugs at the time.
Well, they barely had any holds barred as it was. Again, you got to understand how lenient TV14 is and was.
Yeah.
TV14 is pretty broad. Bob Ozel says, son, what you see in Emmanuel in space cannot be done on Earth. Capiche?
Mm-hmm.
Fair.
I'm going to go the rest of my life and make sure I never even investigate what the hell that is.
Well, what's going to happen is the next time you go to watch a Boston Bruins game, we're going to be like, and this game has been preempted for Emmanuel in space. You're like, no!
Yep. And then you'll have to watch it.
Nope. I'll close my eyes.
There are ratings and kids settings in Netflix, though. So given the opportunity to make content for young kids and separated content for old kids, they do have now multiple pillars. So Oak here is right that they can make. So like I said, the idea here isn't that they're suddenly going to rated R. The point is, though, the TV14 is actually more flexible than I think people realize. And when they made the move, they didn't go to PG-13. They went to PG. But they did that by choice. They said, so when they did that, they specifically started tailoring to little kids. If you go to NXT and look at that was a developmental brand where they're training the wrestlers to get to the next level. So what do? They got Bailey, who was literally this character with, you know, streamers and like all this stuff going on. And like, it could not be more kid friendly if you tried. John Cena, who literally built his rapping gimmick on saying a lot of very objectionable things, all of a sudden was the corporate spokesman, very prim and proper, never give up. All of a sudden he's like, and all he has is like 1 million shirts and 12 trillion colors.
I was never a fan. He never did anything for me.
But that's the thing.
I'm not a fan.
He became very vanilla. And specifically, they did that. Now, I was never the biggest John Cena fan at all. He does a good enough job, but he was vanilla at that point by choice. They said, no, your job is to be the Make-A-Wish guy. You're going to do the 1,000,018 Make-A-Wishes. So you better, like, when you're out there, you do not say anything that falls outside of the lines.
I mean, growing up in the 80s, I mean, and I'm a kid at the time, obviously, Hulk Hogan is a honest to God living superhero to a 10-year-old. You know, I mean, he was amazing. He had the American flag. He played the guitar. He beat up all the bad guys. He couldn't be defeated. And I mean, it was just, you know,
body slammed Andre. Come on.
Yeah. And then, of course, you find out later that they're like best friends and they traveled all around the world for like 10 years previous to WrestleMania 3. And there's footage of him body slamming Andre like 20 something times, you know, before that.
There was a divider, remember?
Yeah. Totally. Exactly.
When I started
was always
a video of years before of them doing that, and I'm going, wait a minute. I thought this was the first time this has ever happened to Andre, and this is just a monumental event, and the world shook. The earth shook when that happened, and it's like, no, he's done it about 20 times before over the last decade.
Yeah. WWE would also, my favorite thing was always when they would make stuff up. They'd do like WrestleMania, whatever. We got a new attendance record, and no matter what the real number is, we're going to add like 20,000.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever the real number is, we're going to add 20. Like, we're going to magically make people appear. That's when they did the, I want to say Pontiac Silverdome, WrestleMania 3, which was the Ricky Steamboat in that one. And they called it 93,000 for the longest time.
Yeah, that's number 3. That's WrestleMania 3
at
Pontiac Silverdome. That's where he slammed Andre.
Yeah. And that was also the Ricky Steamboat and Macho Man match. Right. That was the big one that a lot of people really enjoyed, and I think it was well done, especially for the time. I think it was excellently executed.
Baby, he was my favorite there for a bit.
Yeah, And at that point, Macho Man was at the peak of his powers, and he was meticulous. They worked on that match to make it as good as it could be, as clean as it could be at the time, and they did a good job with it. But people have tried to work out. They've come up with different way of figuring out the numbers, and I think they came up with a number like 78,000 and change, something like that. Which, by the way, is still a crap ton of people.
Uh-huh.
But no, we got to make it 93,000. Well, because we just got to make it 93,000. Bobby, it sounds better. We're gonna make it 93,000.
Hogan probably calls it 100,000 now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's the Hulk Hogan story. Whenever Hulk Hogan does it, it's like I body slammed Andre, who at the time was 457 tons, and I did it in front of 18.7 billion people, including the aliens. And every time he says it, the number gets bigger, and Andre gets heavier, and one day he'll be heavier than the mass of the Earth, and it'll be in front of more people than there are molecules.
Andre, as we all know, was woefully out of shape. He was at a very, very high weight, and whatever. I know wrestling's fake. I know Andre had to help and allow that to happen, but oh my good God, that was a feat. I mean, when he was slamming Andre for that whole decade at shows all around the world, that weren't televised, Andre was in better shape.
He was, but just for the sake of, again, not speaking as a wrestler, but for body slam mechanics, it's like it's kind of tilting the person. You don't actually have to lift their body weight.
Yeah,
it's not unless you put them like over your shoulder here or actually try to reposition them. It's like you're literally doing it like a shift. You're releasing. Your job is to release.
But this might be, I can't say for a fact, but this might be the biggest human ever to walk the earth. I mean, Andre, and his back was so bad he couldn't really help.
Well, he wasn't the tallest or the heaviest. So what dimension are you talking about?
Yeah, I watched my 600-pound life, and I
was going to say he wasn't the heaviest and he wasn't the tallest. So which dimension are we looking at?
And the tallest was Robert.
Overall.
I'm still going to go with it now. So let's see here.
There's bigger.
I'm curious now.
To add, yes, there's people that have been taller, but they've been like bean poles, and there's been people who have been heavier, but they're like short and
they're eating the bean poles.
Yeah. But to have somebody that large in all aspects, I don't know. I've never seen anybody bigger.
To be a wrestler, yes, it takes a lot. I understand. He was the perfect guy for it, so worked out well.
He was, absolutely.
But Andre couldn't move. We all know the backstory now. He couldn't move. He couldn't help Hogan at all. And to do that stunt with very little help, I know I couldn't do it. It was pretty amazing.
Oh, we already talked about your shoulder. At this point, like a really heavy like carton of mayonnaise might do you in. Like, hey, forget about Andre. It's like what else? Like, I'm trying to get it out of my sight. I'm trying to get it out of my house.
We were having a good discussion. It seems as though maybe people in the chat were interested for a second, which is always surprising. Mm-hmm. And you have to go to the mayonnaise.
Eric, I'm a heel. This is what I do.
I don't think that was necessary.
Oh, but it was.
There's no need for that.
No.
And yet there was. Do you have like different backgrounds, Bobby, or is it just the bricks?
No, I was just playing with this a little bit to see if I could put something up, but basically it doesn't give you many choices. Just
really?
Yeah. Do you have a green screen? I said no, but then they give you these options to blur the background, real background, and none. And the brick, obviously, so. And the brick, obviously. So this is the brick. I actually just put the brick up in the window because to keep Eric from peeking in.
I'll find a way.
Oh, yeah. You're going to try. But on that note, I'm going to go warm up and back to my warm weather's coming. Jeez, I hope.
We're being told it's going to be in the 60s next week here.
Yeah, I think we're getting up there again.
I don't know what you guys are going to have being a little further north, but
about the same.
Okay. So spring is coming.
Oh, good. And the spring show is coming, and you're not going.
No.
Mhm.
They only allow me in the country once a year.
GSP is showing up. Come on.
Yes.
Yeah, and here's my $200. Nope.
It wasn't 200, it was more.
It was 199. You can get like a base autograph for 199.
Oh no, okay. So the package, it's
I
200
didn't
bucks.
Yeah,
for
the
an
package
autograph?
is more expensive. Yes, for 199 you can get the autograph.
One
I didn't
autograph?
pay for Flair. I didn't
This
pay
is too
for
expensive.
Tyson.
It's too high.
I'm not paying for him. They can all go pound sand.
And then the phone goes into dark mode because I haven't touched it in like 5 minutes. It's like, oh, this app
There
is
you
like ridiculous. Anyways, all right,
Sounds
guys, have a good night, and we'll see you in the blue screens later on, or the green screens.
So good.
Uh,
Go through the brick wall, and just make sure to do it like the Kool-Aid Man.
Hell yeah, that was
It's here.
That's right.
Oh yeah.
See you later, Bobby. Take it easy. Bob also says, I agree with Eric. Hulk Hogan is the most powerful man in the universe. Facts.
Not so much anymore.
I think the one I was looking for, I was trying to find like the number itself. Paul White, the Big Show.
Mhm.
Actually, height-wise, I think he's a little taller than Andre. I think Andre was heavier, but not like by a million pounds.
No,
And
big men.
yeah, and Cesaro, Cesaro did a similar feat, except it wasn't a power slam. He actually picked up Paul White, had to hold him basically in this position, walk him up to the top rope, and take him over the top rope. So like he had to do a little extra work, as opposed to the body slam, which is a leverage play. You're doing certain things which allow you to move the weight. In this case, he actually had to lift him and actually take him and carry him forward and then put him over the rope, which is what was impressive about it, because it's like, it's one thing if you body slam the guy, that's tough. But you're also then adding, oh, actually, you're going to have to take the weight with you. You got to take it.
Right. But Paul White was, for most of his career, very athletic. And I don't think anyone's really said Andre was really athletic.
Oh, in his earlier days, go watch the Andre the Giant biography. Like when he was a young,
he
was actually quite spry. That Andre could do some flips.
Yeah, he could do. Yes, and all that stuff was in black and white film. It was. So
they hadn't invented color yet, Eric.
I know. So
let me read this comment before we continue with the Andre the Giant reminiscences. Hold on. So JW is saying, Carlos missed the beginning. Trust me, I was there and I have no idea what happened. So I think you're okay. If you want to watch it later, check it on replay. If you do though, could you explain to me what happened? Because I was there and I still don't know. If you could explain it to me, that'd be awesome. I would really appreciate it.
I'll explain it to you. It's not a big deal.
So what number is this episode? 183. 183 of the longest running episodic, whatever this is. Which brings me to, I found you like 3 years ago when you were a guest on a Talking Head show. Fair enough. Looked you up. 3 years listening now. Evolution. There you go. Appreciate you. Bob also here says, plus Andre Giant had to smell like a damn toaster full of wet rags and raccoon crap. Very specific.
There are some really disgusting stories of some incidents that happened with him in regards to his body not cooperating. He I don't know, watch videos.
I would say just watch the biography, honestly. Just watch the biography. By the way, some of it also kind of comes into play, though. Some of it is if he didn't like you and he wanted to make your life difficult, he could do things that would make things worse.
Yeah, because nobody could stop him, especially when he was healthy. I mean, there was no man on the planet that could physically stop him from doing what he wanted.
So I would say for those ones, though, check out the biography. There's some good ones. There's some good ones with Andre. Very interesting if you're curious down that rabbit hole. And also in the same vein, JW and the other folks, it's like, yeah, I don't mind doing the reminiscences of some of this stuff, but it's also kind of very niche. I don't mind it to a degree, but that's kind of why I keep it in a separate channel as well. But I don't mind touching on it here and there because if it's relevant, it is WrestleMania weekend, so it was relevant. It is pertinent. And also, like I said, I was looking around and I was like, it's like, y'all do anything? New Beckett guy covered it until he says something more substantial. There's nothing to talk about. He really didn't say anything new.
Same thing we hear every single year from that company.
Well, you keep working on it, Merrick. You drove out the last guy, so you're gonna have to keep working on it. And the expo was, I think, one of the questions here coming that was mentioned as well. Did I see it? Maybe I missed it. Here we go. How much longer till the spring expo? So what is it? End of the month? It's I want to say like the week of the 26th. Sport Card Expo. 25th to the 28th. So it's the 25th to the 28th. So we're the 5th, about 20 days up. So a little under 3 weeks. That's why I haven't spent too much time talking about it much yet. It's too soon. A couple of weeks out, we'll start talking about it a little bit more because I know Bobby and I will be there. Eric will be there in spirit. No. And the other thing is that we'll also be able to start figuring out, I'll work out the schedule because I usually do some kind of a live while I'm there. And then also gives me a couple of weeks to plan out some of the other stuff that I want to do. And I'll make a video talking about it as we lead into it, just so that I lay out kind of the plan. I want to make sure I set some money aside for it as well and see if I come across anything interesting. We'll see. And maybe if everything goes according to plan and my rigging has fully worked and the fix is in the way it's supposed to be, that's where I can pull the one-of-one Connor Bedard. So I think that'd be great. So it's all the plan. It's all part of the plan. The key, Eric, is to speak it into existence. Yep. Just keep saying it. And Eric, how many times did I talk about the E-Pack being rigged? And then what do? 5 packs and I pull a one-of-one PMG. So as I said, when I pull the Bedard one-of-one, then hashtag content. That's how it is.
Hashtag content.
That's how it is, man.
When did you say I know you just said it, but you said, when did you say the expo was?
25th to the 28th.
All right. So at the same time, we're having the Shriner show that is enormous down here.
Well, I think I could be wrong, but I don't think I think Strongsville is right in that same zone too.
I'll be doing that.
So Strongsville is the week before that. So Strongsville is the 19th, 20th, and 21st. So there's going to be a bunch of shows in very short order coming one after another.
But we get a lot of people, for our big show, in this area, it's the biggest show in New England. We get people that come down from Canada. We've joked about Len Potty coming down, many times. We got people
your personal friend
come over from New York and or up from, Virginia or whatever.
So you're saying, so just so we're clear, are you saying that the fact that the Spring Expo is happening at the same time may protect you from the wrath of Len?
Oh, I would definitely say so.
So you're saying you're big time in favor of the Spring Expo. The timing on it could not be more fortuitous for you.
Yeah, a little bit. It definitely works in my favor.
Okay. Just checking.
But what I'm afraid of is that a lot of the hockey guys, and we do get a good bunch of hockey guys that travel in from different places, for the Shriner show, and I'm afraid they're going to go north instead. Now I'm going to be stuck with all these local baseball guys, or basketball, trying to sell me Kobe Bryant cards on every table.
I think between the two, if you're going to do one, Spring Expo is still going to be strong.
Sure.
That's why I say it's quieter compared to the Fall Expo, but Spring Expo is still strong.
And I'm afraid very strong hockey guys are going to go north instead of coming here, but we'll have to wait and see.
So one thing, since this reminds me, and this is something now for my homework, now that I know the timing on it, I'll reach out. I'll reach out to a few folks I know, and maybe we'll see if we can get some word either before or after for the Strongsville show, because I know that I at least know some folks that are going to attend that show. So maybe I can get them to. So that is the week before.
No, where? Where is that located?
That's in Strongsville, Ohio.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's the one that's the very vintage show. That's a very vintage heavy show. So that's going to be a lot of that for sure. And it's a 3-day show, so pretty good. That's one of those ones where if I just had the time and the timing was right, that would probably be one like a regional show that I would try to attend, just because it would be interesting to see it from the amount of vintage that is there that I've seen in the past. So that one is one, if you want to fill in your sets and work on certain specific projects and stuff, that is a very catered show to that audience, those types of dealers.
But when you say vintage and kind of like that as a blanket statement, I picture it just being baseball.
I think it's going to be heavy, but I know they've got some football. The other ones I don't know as much. That's where I'm going to lean on, because the show itself isn't as big as some of the other ones we're talking about here. Since it is vintage centric, it's naturally going to be a certain amount of dealers who probably individually have pretty strong inventory, but it means it's a show that you can definitely walk. And given that it's a 3-day show, you're probably going to get a chance to do many loops and see everything realistically and make whatever deals you're going to make, because it's not like a 500 table show where it's going to take you a while, or a 600 table show or more. So it's not one of those deals.
Yeah, that's what we're going to have it in, locally here is, there's hundreds and hundreds of tables. It's enormous. And there's usually really good autograph guests, but I haven't heard any yet. So I'm really curious of who they're going to bring in. And the expo has been telling, us all, who they're bringing in for, a month or so. And I haven't heard one name.
Probably the Schreider show is being like, Menzie, who didn't you get?
Yeah,
you got the Shatner, you got you got this, you got Dennis Rodman, you got Rob Van Dam, you got holy crap, you got the Trailer Park Boys, they got the entertainment guy, they got Shooter McGavin.
You got Shooter McGavin.
Dude, it's a lot, man.
I wonder how many people are gonna bring his DUI photo up to him and ask him to sign it.
Eric, is that your plan?
Well, maybe.
Just saying. Eric, is there something you'd like to tell the rest of the class?
Oh, yeah, that Shooter McGavin got a DUI and he's got a mugshot.
But at this point, Eric, who doesn't, honestly? We're going to find out after you go hang around the campus with your big knife.
I have not had negative police interactions since 2014. I'm on a good streak.
Are you now?
Yeah.
Or so you claim.
I have not been detained since 2014.
This is like one of those days since, and then you're slowly creaking up the number. That's one of those one area of content we haven't seen, pissing off the auto guests. I think that could be a niche genre for Eric. We'll put that behind the paywall. After he gets run off. The key though is we're gonna pick guests who can actually still run and chase him down. That's what'll make it funny. Because if they're too slow or like whatever, there's no sport in that. We want them to actually be able to still get around and still be able to like chase him down. Like maybe he could piss off Usain Bolt. Bolt is not as young as he once was, but he could sure as hell run faster than Eric. So it's like,
you can run faster than me right now.
So JW here says, if I remember right, you're a Juan Soto collector. Very specific things. Yes, I do try to put together some Sotos. I grabbed one here just so that I could show. I think I've shown this one already, but I'll include it in here just for real quick for a second. This is a recent pickup. It's sitting at Ship My Cards. It'll be in the next mail day. So this one is the 2018 Topps update. So the regular version is very common as dirt. But they've got two short prints. They got the Gatorade bath one and the hands on hips, which is this one. Basically a dugout shot with him in there. And because it's that one, it's slightly short printed. I got that one in a PSA 8 because it keeps the price down, which is, I just wanted the card. I don't need it in a PSA 10. But I think it's a nice card. I think it's a fun one. A little bit of a change of pace. It's less common than the regular version of it. And it's one of those ones where I wanted to have it in the collection. I'd love to get the Gatorade bath one, but that one is a little bit pricey. That one is the toughest of the three versions.
And he plays the Bees balls.
He does. And now he plays for the Yankees. So now the New Yorkers are getting all excited and rowdy. He had a very strong first series. Second series hasn't been as crazy. I don't think I'll actually check it out just to see what's going on. They're playing the Jays, and it looks like they got shut out, so probably not too much craziness happened there. Yeah, first series was really good. Second couple of series has been a little cold, but the Jays won. So that was, I think, what PSA Canada channel, whoever is behind it, was referring to earlier. We don't know, man. So I would imagine the transition to Yankees was a nice uptick in soda price. I think some of the stuff has. I think it's been a little slow because I think people are cautious. They're waiting to see. It's wait and see. Being in New York has shown a slight uptick in prices, but it was pretty high for a while. and then kind of slid for a while. So it's one of those ones where he's basically, if he gets back off to a hard start, puts up some numbers, and is in the MVP conversation, also being in New York, that'll make the prices strong. I think it's one of those things where if you're interested, if you can get your hands on something at a reasonable price, I think it's okay. And then you're just kind of sitting back waiting. I think he's going to have a good season anyway. The question is, can he have a good enough season to be in the MVP conversation, plus the attention of New York? And can that team then make the playoffs and make some noise in the playoffs? Because Soto has been very good in the playoffs in the past. So you combine all those elements, and if he has some playoff success in New York, all of a sudden the New Yorkers will love him. And some of those guys like to spend this.
Mm-hmm.
If they think that especially if, heaven forbid, it looks like he's going to sign an extension and be a Yankee in the long run, they love them some Yankees, especially if it feels like they're going to be a Yankee for a while, and if they play well. Eric's clearly wanted to tell his 2014 getting detained story. Eric, was it you? Was it the great chocolate stick heist of 14? Was that what caused this issue, or was there something? Or do you blame the chocolate sticks? Was it just too much, too soon?
I couldn't control myself, and that Dunkin' Donuts lady was being rude, and I needed my sticks. If people are good on the Google box, you could Google it. I made the Google.
Local man from PPD, attacks, Dunkin' Donuts employee.
I made the Google.
Gets dragged away saying, "Give me my sticks. Do you know who I am?"
I made the Google.
Interesting. Is this also chronicled in your knife blog on your Instagram?
I remember exactly which knife I had in my pocket.
That is deeply disturbing.
Yeah. I know exactly which knife I had. I had an orange buck knife.
How many occasions can you mark by which knife you had in your pocket?
When you almost stab someone with it, you tend to remember which knife you have in it.
The best part is as you keep talking, it kind of plays into this narrative I was already playing. Like I was like, just go on. See, Zach, we're learning things. We learned things last week. We're learning more things this week. We're learning a lot of things.
Google. That's it. You're not getting any more out of me.
Yep.
It's in the Google.
Zach has a life decision to make. It's a tough one because it's either Google this or Emmanuel in space. It's a tough one. I know what I would do.
Yeah.
But to each their own. I can't help you there.
Mm-hmm.
To each their own. So, Eric, other than marshaling your forces so that you can get the Kraken Reggie Lemon, because we all know you're going to be the high bidder on that one.
I will not spend that kind of money. No, on something.
How much money do you think it's going to take?
I don't know, but it's going to be dumb. Look at the Leprechaun 1-of-1. It's like $100 or something, right? That's when it first.
Has it gotten up to? Has it actually gotten to that point?
When it first got posted, it was over $100.
Yeah, but if it's like a buy it now best offer, anybody can ask for whatever the hell they want. That doesn't mean anything.
But now they have, the Kraken 1-of-1, and it's like it's utterly ridiculous. So stupid. And it's just the same picture over and over again. I could pull out 10 more Leaf cards over the last couple of years with him on it, and it's the same damn picture.
I think it's adorable. You think he has a second picture? Yeah, the Leprechaun is $50 or best offer. This is mean, you can put $150. Pretty exciting.
It was because I have one of those notifications on, so every time new Reggie Lemling items are put on the eBays, I get a notification. So I go and I look, and when that came on, they were asking for over $100.
I want to see if I can find the stupid Kraken one because that was the one that made me laugh. That was amazing.
They're all stupid. And Leaf sucks. I'm done. They suck so bad. They're so bad. I could probably find it faster.
Well, the leprechaun one I found. The Kraken one was the one I was curious about. Bob Wizzle says everyone will run out of ammo. Best to train with knives and long sticks. There you go. Eric's got half that equation working. Now he just needs some long sticks.
That's right.
Working on it, man. Working on it. So let me ask you this: other than obviously attending, are you actually going to look for anything at the Shriner show? Is it the usual stuff, the regular sets, knives? Planning to stab some people? Like, what are you doing? So is that still on eBay?
Yeah.
What is it under? So here, pro tip. Everybody does their own thing differently. Whenever I'm searching for something on eBay, I actually put less words and phrases, as few as I can get away with. I just put lemon leaf. That's
Right.
it. That's all I was looking for. So what's in the title then?
Regine Lemelin, 2024 Leaf Metal Hockey Exotic Mythical Kraken Auto Shimmer 1 of 1.
What? They put all the words in there and it didn't come up? What the hell?
I don't tell
That's
you.
stupid. That's stupid. You put the name and leaf metal and all the rest of that crap, and you can't. Should be there. What the hell? Interesting.
But that's what they're doing to me.
That's gold, man. Gold.
Not gold. No, it's not, Jerry.
Oh, but it is.
It's gold, Jerry. It's gold.
Actually, that reminds me. Did you finish the Bruin Centennial thing with him, or still waiting on that?
What do you mean? The 3 cards?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got 3. I think I overpaid probably for the silver version or whatever, but there's a autograph version. And
right, it's the autograph version you're missing.
And that's been on the eBay. And that's $100 and something. And it's like, I'm not giving you $100 and something. I can literally take the cheap version of the card, right? The 5-cent version, the base, go to his front door and say, Reggie, sign this for me. And I have the exact same thing that is going for $135.
Now, just looking at this, I see one of the other players here. So Yvonne Conway, he's got a Bigfoot version.
Oh, God.
Yes. There's got to be a Reggie Bigfoot version. Yes. Come on.
I haven't looked in the last couple of days. I've got some notifications of new stuff, but I haven't looked in the last 48 hours. So God only knows.
So weird. It's eBay.com, right?
Yeah, it's eBay, man.
Well, I'm always on the .com just to be on the safe side, but
yeah,
for some, like, I'm literally punching his name in, Kraken, Leaf Metal. It's not showing up.
Are you spelling his name last name Lemelin?
Yes, despite the incorrectness of it, I am spelling it that way.
Okay, well, I don't know what to tell you, man.
That's the part that I'm confused about. Weird. Oh, well. Anyway, JW says, crime don't pay, Eric. Even spreading joy with some mayo and a knife. The only masterpiece is your mugshot.
I mean, look at this nonsense. 8 out of 8. $249 Canadian for this. Okay? It's 8 out of 8. Okay? I just picked up the 1 out of 5.
Yeah.
Green one for like $10.
Yeah, and you're welcome, by the way. I directed you to it.
Yes, you did. This one is out of 8, which is more than 5, and it's blue.
8 is more than 5.
Ass hat watched $185 American. He could suck a bag of them.
And did you consider responding to that and being like, how dare you?
Yeah, I got a few things to say. Oh, and the other number, I don't even know what the hell number this is. Hold on a second.
See, the crazy part about what you're saying is you could get the gold shimmer for 112. I don't know. I don't even make a big deal about it. The gold shimmer is a 1 of 1.
Suck it. All right. So this is 1 of 5. 2 of 5 is on eBay. There's only 5 of these green stupid ass things in the world, and there's another one on the eBays.
Eric, there's only like 12 boxes of the entire product. They've all been opened. They're all available. So Bob Jackson says, who is Raggy Lemon Line?
Shut up.
Bob Ozo says he's the cousin of Peter Pickled a peck of pickled peppers. I appreciate it, Bobs. Both of you.
Oh, they have an acetate one. So
Zach makes a good point. 8 is more than 5. That's close to doing math. It is. We're deving dangerously close to math.
We don't do. No, that's one of the rules.
You're the one who brought this.
We don't math.
You brought that evil upon us, Eric.
We don't maths.
You're the one who was invoking it, Eric. I see you fiddling with those numbers.
We don't.
I see what's happening.
Thou shalt.
The one of 3 has 9 days left. It's 995. Raggy the Wrench. Lame line. I just Googled him. He says he played for the Bastion Bruins. Facts. Explains why Eric goes and wrenches. Eric, go wrench.
Screw you, Bob.
There's some valid points here being made. Bob Jackson's here bringing the scholarship, man. I appreciate you guys. I'm glad we didn't put you behind the paywall on this one. I appreciate y'all. So, in all seriousness, I'm curious. You guys got anything? I can give you my Wrestlemania predictions. I'll give you the short version. I can do that. But otherwise, I was going to get a refill. So, Eric, do you want to regale the people with a story of yours, or do you want to keep complaining about Reggie Lemon leaf cards? If you can do that for about 2 minutes, I can get a refill of my drink. Either way, I'm good. So, just curious.
I can complain about Leaf for the next 5 hours, but I'm not telling any more stories of my detainment. You can Google it.
I'll read this one here real quick. Bob Oza said, I'm not a fan of the 100 variations of under 20 number. Yeah, that's become okay. So real quick, let me touch on this. So we'll be serious. We'll actually touch on this topic, Eric, seriously for a minute. Since, like I said, right now it's just we're chilling with it. I'm not a fan of the 100 variations with under 20 serial number. It's like Prism enhanced by the human growth hormone. So real quick, I'll touch on this. Eric, hold the thought because when I come back, we'll have this discussion for a couple minutes. It's become the Leaf model with their low production run thing. I can make a case for why they do it, and I understood the thought process behind it when Brian Gray originally pitched it as this way of doing it. However, it is also self-defeating. There is a self-defeating aspect to this. So I'm gonna touch on that in a minute. Hold the thought, but we'll come back to that. Eric, regale the people for about 2 minutes, and I will come right back.
Okay. Yeah, I completely agree. It's laziness. In the designs, all they're doing is changing some foil that goes around these things and throwing serial numbers on the back. It's the exact same card with sticker autos. Okay, that's the other thing. It's sticker autos. The stickers all come off the same sheet. They send a sheet to Reggie or whoever, and they just sit there and go through it all. It's all on the same sheet. Then they take it off and start sticking it on cards, and somehow the cards magically enhance in price. They all came off the same sheet. Okay? The athlete never touched the cards. There's no DNA on any of the cards, and the fact that they're just going to keep showing the same picture year after year after year is crazy. And as a player collector, you have this goal of getting everything that the player is on. I mean, I showed earlier tonight that, I got a Terry O'Reilly card with Reggie Lemlin in the foreground. Well, I'm a player collector. That's exciting to me. This card's been around since 1987. I've seen it a bunch of times. I never noticed it. I noticed it today. Right? So when you're a player collector, you just want to get every single thing that the person is on. But it's the same picture. I have collected so many Leaf cards over the last couple of years that have a sticker, auto, and the same picture on it. And they just sometimes it's horizontal, sometimes it's vertical. It's the same damn thing. And it's our own damn fault that we keep purchasing them.
Well, I think that's the key. So let me tag in here and I'll kind of join you in the conversation, steer it a little bit. I'll read a couple of these comments here and we'll get into it. Not too much, but we'll touch on it a little bit here. Notice they're putting forward the printing place and some of the unique variations. I'll touch on that here in a second. Zach says, I'm seriously going to have to Google this. It's going to take hours. I'm afraid so. You got to discover the mysteries of it, man. Bob Jackson said, who will show up unannounced? Any predictions on that? So if you're going to do unannounced, it's probably going to be related to the Cody Rhodes, Roman Reigns thing. My expectations, so I'll just give you for the two main event matches. I think Bloodline wins the first match, which then allows for the stipulation to make it harder for Cody Rhodes in the main event of the second night, which is the real main event, the top match. And if you're going to do that, then that opens the door to shenanigans. It allows, The Rock to be involved. If you're going to do it that way, one of the rumors is Stone Cold Steve Austin. One of the rumors is somebody like John Cena. So, guys that have had some history with The Rock previously. And you could go any of those. Those would be my two prime candidates if I was going to choose, because both of them at least have some history of The Rock. It would make sense. And you could do some stuff related to that.
Does Dustin still raise, Gold Dust guy, whatever? Does he still wrestle?
He does, but he's under contract with AEW, so they would basically have to loan him.
No,
so he's under contract, so he wouldn't be necessary.
It's a win-win because it's WrestleMania. It's the biggest show there is. This athlete comes in, makes a big splash, right? And then he goes back to AEW. People are going to follow him there, so it's a win-win.
Assuming they were in speaking terms where they could agree to that, sure.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of your bigger issue. So I would guess those other guys would be my first guess. Those would be my main guys.
Right? I mean, now you got Dusty's boys working together. You got talk about a bloodline, right?
Does it make sense? It makes a lot of sense. I don't see the two companies working together right now.
Yeah, no, but the Rhodes versus the Malaveas, Johnson, whatever the family, the whole thing, I mean, you want to have a bloodlines match. You can't beat, Dusty's boys versus, I know that it's a large family with cousins and all that, but, with Rishiki and all these other guys.
Rikishi, but yes.
Yeah, whatever his name is, I don't know. He's really fat.
Lapper here. Good evening. Good evening to you.
Hey, Lapper.
Has anything good the last 2 hours? I have no idea, man.
No.
Sometimes this passage of time is a different thing.
No.
Hey, everyone. Sorry, I'm late to the party. I'm traveling right now. I wanted to say hello to everyone. Hello.
No. Screw you. You haven't been around in 2 weeks. You got your own little podcast going. You're putting out episodes, I think, every single freaking day. You won't do a live, though, because, that's too much. But you're throwing out podcasts every single day, right? You're bringing in family members, right? I don't know what you have on your poor cousin to force her to be on your podcast, but you managed to do that. And now you're just going to pop in and say hi real quick, right? After blowing us off for 2 weeks, because it's all about you and your War Scouts podcast. No, go pound sand. Don't come back. We don't want you
to go wrench.
We don't appreciate your business. Please take your business elsewhere.
Oh, I disagree. I appreciate everyone's business. So here, JW says, yes, it's not pull low serial, basic no rarity, just quick enough to order a low serial number, etc. We'll touch on that here in a second. Aren't the Leaf sets a microcosm of all the other brands and sets, though? It's okay if others do on a larger scale. So there is a piece to that, but let's touch on it. I want to make sure I get caught up on the comments. Bob Oozle says, I generally like parallels, but I collect players, but Leaf models seems to be a bit overboard. So I agree with this. So I wanted to pull up one of the images I've got here. So I pulled this one from my Instagram. This is from over a year ago, but it's a good example of the point that Eric was trying to make earlier and also playing into those comments. So I'll show this. I've shown it before, but I'll just show it here for illustrative purposes. So this here is a grouping that I put together, one of those Leaf sets. This one's from Medano. Now, you got 6 cards here on here. The bottom 2 are a different design than the top 4, but nonetheless, it's the same concept. But the thing is, the top 2, these 2, the top 2 are both 1-of-1s. So there is a gold 1-of-1, and then there is a green Canadian exclusive 1-of-1, which was found in the US. But anyway, moving on. And then underneath, you got 2 of the 4 printing plates. So to your point, you got 4 printing plates, 1-of-1s, and then you got 2 1-of-1s on top. So I've got both of the regular 1-of-1s and 2 of the 4 printing plates. And the bottom 2 are also 2 of 4 printing plates for a different design. I just put it together because I thought it'd be fun to have all 6 1-of-1s in a nice little panel there. But speaking of the Leaf thing, For the top section, I basically got a rainbow. I have the only completed possible rainbow of that top design because I have all the different combinations. But I think the most common version of that particular year, that's 2018, I want to say. So they've done the same thing for years. I think the most common one is like out of 15 or something. But what happens is basically what you've done, because the Leaf products, so talking to Bob Jackson's point, is it a microcosm of other brands and sets? To a degree. But what Leaf did, and they decided at some point this was their model, is they said, we're going to do low batch production. So the overall print run is actually relatively low, but there's no base cards. So when you're opening the box, there is no base cards. There's memorabilia, there's autographs or memorabilia autographs. To Eric's point from earlier, there's sticker autos. But that allows them then to come up with a bunch of different combinations. Look, we were making fun of that whole Reggie Lemon. But in reality, all they did was they said, okay, we got these stickers and we can slap them on anything we want. So then they said, we're going to do mythical. So they got the Kraken, they got Bigfoot, they got the Leprechaun, they got all this stuff, right? And then all they do is design the thing. Really, all they have to do is design a template and say, I want it in this kind of foil. I want it in a cracked ice foil. I want it in a shimmer foil. I want it in blue. I want it in red. I want it in green. With these ones, all they did at this time, this was earlier, all they did at this time was literally just change the color of the foil. They didn't do shimmer and cracked ice and all these versions. In the newer ones now, they do shimmer and cracked ice and all that, especially for Leaf Metal, specifically for that sub-brand. But if you go back and look at what the price is, I'll see if I can figure out what Leaf Metal is, the price. I actually want the box price if I can find it. But it's not cheap. And it's the problem of, remember what we said earlier about the ROI and box prices? If you make the box price high enough, with due respect to Eric's fandom. Okay, so you open this Leaf Metal, right? You're hoping to get, you're crossing your fingers and you're hoping to get, and Leaf has some good names. You can pull some pretty good players and combinations. So let's do it. Eric, even in your situation, I don't know how much the box is. I'm assuming it's a couple $100, but I'll double check and I'll find out. Your big hit is a Reggie Lebanon. Even as a collector, Reggie Lebanon, you're almost like, well, actually, that's kind of disappointing. Not completely, because for my collection, this makes sense. But I paid a lot for this box. If I'm buying the single, then it's okay. But if I'm pulling it in the box, I'm kind of pissed off.
I agree. And 100%. Yeah, absolutely. And this is why, we've been over this already tonight. We've been over it in the past. We'll go over it again in the future. That is why buying boxes for astronomical prices make no sense. What I saw yesterday right in front of me at work, a $1,500 box with 2 cards in it, unless you got a Mickey Mantle cut auto in the thing, it was going to be a disappointment. So, but this is what people do. And I don't care how much a box of Leaf is. I'm not buying it.
Okay. So I found at least one price that we can look at as kind of a comparison point. So this is from Cllct here. We've talked about Cllct before, infamously, but nonetheless, they're a retailer and they've got product. So they actually do have it in stock. So you can buy this for 160 Canadian. So that works out to like 110 US, something, somewhere in that range, 100, 110 US, whatever. Anyway, for that, you get 3 cards. So it's 3 cards per box.
Yeah.
So at that point, Eric, even if let's call it 100 flat. Let's just call it 100 flat and make it easy. Okay. Yeah. If you call it 100 flat, that's $33.33. We'll give you the penny. That's $33.33 per card automatically. You don't have a choice. Like that's your like baseline price point. And then again, I gave you that scenario. Okay, you pull a Reggie. Okay, what's that worth to you? $10? Like if you're actually just buying it, $10.
Yeah, I mean this one.
Sure,
this
$10.
This one was like $10, $11. Sure.
Okay, so yeah, let's call it $10. Okay, so now you got $10, and now you need $90 more worth of value of the other 2 cards, and you're hoping you pull one of the other names, or a double, or a triple, or quadruple with some nice names on it. Again, so this was at the time still a licensed product. This one still had the NHLPA and all that, but at the end of the day, this was still a sticker. But you got logos and all that. This is still part of it. But like I said, you got some good names on here.
Oh yeah.
So there's good names and Hall of Famers on both sides of this card, and there's 8 total autographs. Leaf could give you a card like this. It won't give you the logos and whatever, but they could give you 8 autographs on 2 sides of a card. They've done that before.
Right.
Now, buying it in singles, I've been able to get some of these with my player, and it's been actually pretty cost effective. So as a collector, buying it after the fact, it's not half bad. It's not as exciting as a Kraken card or a Leprechaun.
What is?
But I can still get it. I've shown you guys those multiple, like the 6 players, and you got Lindros and Medano and a bunch of guys. And for a 90s hockey fan, that's a pretty good combo, right? It's not half bad. But if I was buying it in the box, I would actually still be a little bit pissed off because I know what I paid for it. And then compare it to the price of the box. That feels like it should be a good hit, right? And somehow it's not. Lapper here is trying to be helpful. Eric sounds a little bit under the weather. Bit congested, home remedy, tablespoon of mayo. Wow.
See, Lapper, I thought we were buddies. I thought we got along well, and we hung out a little bit, up at the show in November, and I just, of all the people I thought were going to turn on me, I didn't see it coming from you. So just want to let you know you got me right here.
With a knife?
Right there. Right there.
Even on all caps, man.
All caps. But he obviously we now know he's a liar because he's not trying to help me. He's trying to make me vomit on my desk.
But what if the vomit clears the congestion?
I'd rather be congested.
You're like, at what cost? Yeah. At what cost?
Well, I just want to show something really quick because everyone already knows this. I'm not.
Yeah, and we'll get to Bob Jackson's question. We'll open it up there for a second, but go ahead.
So, here's his 3 are pretty much the same thing. Out of 2, out of 6, out of 25, they're all exactly the same. Okay. All right. There's nothing exciting here. The patches are big. I got sticker autos. Look at the picture. Okay. Picture's the same. You turn it over. The picture is the same. Now, these are from last year. Here's this year's. Oh, look, picture's the same. Then we go to this version. I have a bunch of these. Oh, picture's the same. Picture's the same. It just keeps going and going and going. And I have all of these. And then you go, oh, look, we'll try something different. Oh, wait a minute. Picture's the headshot, same headshot. It's all the same. You're telling me that they couldn't come up with a different photo? The guy played from 1979 to 1993. You couldn't come up with one other photo, one other picture.
Imagine how good a goaltender he would have been if he had been able to move. He was stuck in the same position for 14 years, Eric.
Yeah.
That's problematic. That's an issue.
Obviously. It's crazy.
I think, to be honest, I think the fact he managed to fashion a 14-year career out of his limitations, I think it's inspiring.
It is impressive, I have to say. It's just, every single card Leaf puts out with him, same picture, sticker auto.
BG probably overpaid for that picture because we're using it forever. There is never another image of this guy.
Ridiculous.
Bubbles here says there's a $400 or $500 box of 2024 Leaf Metal Legends Wrestling, which I remember that. That is right. 5 base cards, 1 auto. Checklist has variations of Hogan, Flair, Rocks, NMGF, and Cena. So yes. Now this is similar concept. It's a very expensive product. There are Rock autos in it. So if you pull one of the Rock autos, it's massive. It's very good. And there is actually a fair this is actually another piece that we can touch on here in a second. So Lap was asking earlier about the whole Leaf getting metal thing. I don't know. I guess the word metal, Leaf metal has a certain connotation, but at the same time, obviously Metal Universe is being used by Upper Deck. So I don't know what the deal is with the whole metal branding. They're obviously able to use it, so they haven't had an issue. And if you actually look at the logo and that whole metal thing, that was like the old metal logo. So I don't know if Metal Universe is considered something different, if it's considered separate, or I don't know what the situation is with that. Leaf, though, is usually pretty good about if they're going to do it, they have access to be able to use that logo or branding because Leaf metal was a thing. So I don't know the answer to that one, but it is an interesting question. Speaking of this, though, this is a situation where it is super feast or famine. Now, on the one hand, getting a Ric Flair auto or a Hogan auto, obviously, you know, not Swaffellas, either one of them. But if you're talking about like a Mount Rushmore wrestling, these are two of your goats. They're two of your top tier guys amongst the best of the best. So obviously, it's still very good. But what happens is it also kind of cheapens the autograph, right? Because now you've got enough versions of the Hogan and Flair to add other versions of Hogan and Flair that Leaf has released over time, where it actually brings the price down. Because otherwise, Hogan and Flair would probably be more expensive as an autograph. But on the other hand, you need guys like that to give value to the product. But if it's a $400 or $500 box, imagine you pull one of those and you pull a Ric Flair and a Hogan. You pull both of them. And maybe one's 150 and one's 150, and you're actually still down $100. And you pull Flair and Hogan. How much better can you do?
Right.
Like, you're asking a lot. If that's already feels like it should be pretty good, and yet you're still behind, and that's problematic, I think. So that's kind of the thing. Yeah, Hogan and Flair autos are so rare than the Leaf set every time. Yes, I literally had a Hogan auto that I bought. It was from a subset called Paladins for one of the Leaf sets. And I bought the Hogan for like $120, $115. That shouldn't be what it costs to buy a Hogan auto. And it's a real Hogan auto. But he's signed enough over the years, especially for Leaf, that it's like, it's cheap as dirt. It's not expensive. You can get one. So there's a comment here from JW. Before that, I'll get to Bob Jackson here. Any good shop stories there? Any other, booby or sticks that you want to with the machete or anything?
No, well, we have two autograph guests coming in tomorrow that we're very excited about. We have, for what I'm mostly excited about is Yari Curry, Hockey Hall of Famer, one of the greatest left wings in the history of the game. He'll be coming in tomorrow, so I get to spend an afternoon with him, and so that's exciting. I'm looking forward to that. But for the baseball fans, we have longtime umpire Joe West coming in also. He umpired. I mean, I haven't looked up his stats because it doesn't interest me as much. I know that, but this guy has done 1,000-something games. I would say, in the many years he was an umpire, and he was involved in a lot of different World Series games, and maybe some controversial games and calls over the years. I mean, he is he's definitely probably the most famous umpire of his time. So people are very excited about him coming in. We're actually thinking that we are going to get more business from Joe West than Yari Curry. Yes, Paul, thank you. Yes, I know. But we've had Grant Fuhrer, we've had Paul Coffey. I'm not excited about the fact that they beat the Bruins twice in the Stanley Cup Finals, but I am excited to meet a Hall of Famer of his caliber. So, yeah, 43 seasons at 5. I mean, it's just he's a legend in baseball and as an umpire. I mean, I didn't know any of those numbers. I knew they were big and they were a big deal, but the phone calls we're getting and the pre-orders and people saying they're going to show up, and it's like it's going to be. I think he's going to get the bigger turnout.
Paul's all over with the stats. He's got the numbers there.
No, but wait a minute. Hold on. He didn't win in 88 or 90. Okay. That's true. He didn't beat the Bruins, but he still was on that Penguins team that the Bruins couldn't get past in the Eastern Conference. So he did enough damage to the Bruins. So,
that's true. But I think for Paul's purposes, I think the simple fact they denied the Bruins Stanley Cups multiple, I think that's what sets it apart. That's why he's
Yeah.
more interested in the Ari Curry and the other related players from those teams.
Yes. Right. Yeah. But still he did his damage in Pittsburgh against us.
There you go. I'll read this one from JW. He was saying Leaf is different, boring, interesting, and different at the same time. Quite a mix of emotions. It's why I do keep buying Leaf, because it's got some weird, interesting stuff. So I would agree with the latter portion of that sentiment. I can both complain about the derivative nature of it, way too many parallels, the nonsense and everything. But look, if nothing else, you got to admit, and I think even Eric will concede this point, in a sea of just generic stuff that's pretty forgettable, it's just kind of there, it is kind of nice from time to time. And it's not just for live stream podcast fodder, just in general, to have something where it's like, okay, this is really stupid, but we're probably going to spend 20 minutes talking about how stupid it is. So at least we're talking about it and having some fun with it, even if we're like, yeah, I'm not going to buy that shit. But can we talk about it for 20 minutes, talking about how stupid it is? You damn right we can. And what's going to get us more mileage? Even with your Terry O'Reilly there, Reggie Lemon cameo, or a leprechaun. Well, we got more mileage out of the leprechaun because it was like, why is there a leprechaun? Why is there a Kraken? Because
there is absolutely no reason. There is no connection for either one of those creatures to be on a card with Reggie Lemon.
Well, the thing is, the subset is called mythical. So are they trying to say that Reggie Lemon is actually not real and is a figment of our imagination?
I dreamt him up.
So it could be a situation where maybe, like the Kraken, like the leprechaun, Reggie is a mythical creature that never was. It's possible.
Okay.
Just saying. I'm hoping secretly that some of the other variants are out there too. The Yeti. Oh, by the way, Eric, just I know you're curious. I know you were curious.
I don't think so.
I think our friend, the leprechaun guy, I don't think he's going to go below 40. It's just rumors.
Oh God.
I'm not saying somebody made an offer just to see and feel out where the guy was going on price, but I think he's stuck at least 40 right now. Zach here says, meeting and getting an auto Joe West would be cool. I love to ask him questions of your story. I think the Valley of a Joe West would be the stories. Yes. I think you could, with 43 seasons, you'd get it. There's potential for a lot of stories that he could give.
Oh,
for being
God.
around.
I mean, 43 years. I mean, someone, I think it was Bob Jackson typed in 43 seasons. 43 seasons. I mean,
5,400 games, including playoffs, World Series, everything.
Just being in earshot, the stuff he's heard, and in the hotels and in the bars and restaurants after and before games in different towns. I mean, the stuff this guy knows about. And he got friendly with some of these guys. He had to do a job and everything. But he got friendly with those guys over the years, and he's got dirt on all of them.
Could you imagine, though? You're just sitting there like, what was the most crazy exchange you ever had? Well, I remember Tommy Lasorda just screaming from the dark. Screaming. For the last time, I swear to you, I saw him. Reggie Lemon is real. And he's like, all right, man, sit down. Sit down. For the last time. He's not real. He's not going to get you. He's real.
He's going to get me.
I swear to God.
Yeah.
Kim Gray to Leaf killing a car with Eric holding a hatchet. Why not a machete? He's too busy sharpening it while watching Emmanuel in space. There's a variation for that, perhaps. That should be Leaf's new logo. There's a variation for that.
Oh my God. It's so ridiculous.
There literally is. That is a fact. There literally is. It's a lot. There's just so many variants and multiples and everything. That's why I don't bother with it. Now, I will say, to give them a little bit of credit, the one thing that I thought was interesting, it's still overpriced. The issue is still overpriced. I don't know. We've talked about it before. Do you remember Leaf Pearl?
So, yes, it sounds familiar.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Leaf Pearl, what I'll say to you is I like the fact that with Leaf Pearl, they would go into weird directions. And they would put together combinations that wouldn't necessarily because it wasn't one sport. They would offer the opportunity to do multi-sport. And when that happened, and it was a very high-end product for them, but the result of that is you would actually be able to get different combos. And one of the ones that was very infamous was that you would have examples where you could have the same city and have multiple athletes for the same city.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the ones that I have, and I have one of the examples of, and I've shown it on the Instagram before and everything, there is Medano, Tony Romo. What's the connection? Both played in Dallas. So that's the only situation. I think I've got a couple of the cards now for that one, a couple of versions. That's the only Tony Romo autograph I own. I would not own a Tony Romo autograph except for the fact that he's got a dual autograph patch with Medano. Mm-hmm. So I'll probably get a couple of those variants because I think it's a cool looking card for what it is. It's interesting. It's a good conversation starter because they'll be like, wait, is that Romo and Medano? It's like, but yep, they both played in Dallas. So there's still a theme. It still makes some sense. We're not just completely wacky, but I would have no reason to own a Tony Romo autograph were it not for that card existing.
Nor should you.
Yeah. There's really nothing in it for me. I'm not interested in the Cowboys and I have no interest in Tony Romo. However, I was like, okay, this is kind of different. I'm intrigued. But that's where Leaf Pro comes in and creates something different that I would have had otherwise. Everything's a little different, to each their own. So I think they do some interesting stuff, and I also give them credit where they do have game use pieces. And sometimes you can get some of the larger patch pieces and stuff, and I think some of that stuff's pretty neat. But it's not for everyone.
Yeah, I just, I look at, and I don't have as many copies to compare to, but I just look at like President's Choice that's trying to do the same thing as Leaf, and they just seem to put out a better product. They're not putting out, the same card over and over and over and over and over and over again. I think they're more creative with their designs. I think they look nicer. I just think they, are putting more effort in.
Well, I think though, so I agree with you, but one thing we have to note about President's Choice by contrast is that Dr. Price is doing that as basically a custom shop. The way I would call it is I'd call it a custom shop, because really what's going on, Leaf is not mass production. Leaf is small batch production. But President's Choice is really small batch production. Like, a lot of their cards are 1-of-1s or out of 2s or out of 3s. And there's not variants because it's like, well, it's 2 or 3. Well, why? Well, because I'm giving you a piece of stick this big and I want to still be able to dole it out a couple different series, but I'm only going to make so many. When I run out of it, I'm not just going to go and get another stick because they dry up, they get more expensive or whatever the case may be. And he comes up with certain themes and he hires artists specifically to design the cards around his concept. And he does make custom cards. Like, he can make custom cards. So it's one of those things. But that is very small batch. And that's the reason why. It's super small batch.
I carried that Johnny Busick game around for a couple of hours, if not more. Remember that day? I don't know if you were. I think you were. Because I know you don't come in till noon because that's for peasants. But I don't know if you remember me carrying that Johnny Busick gamer around for a few hours, and I had an appointment to meet him and hand it off to him so we could cut it up and put it into cards. And it was killing me that I'm like, but I don't want to give him this, game used stick from, 2-time Stanley Cup winner, Hall of Famer, all-time Bruin, Johnny Busick, so he can cut it up. But it wasn't my stick, so I didn't really have I was just the middleman. But he gets these things and gives them right back to the consumer.
All because you didn't want him to have a stick of legendary taxidermist Johnny Busick. So here's an example of one of the things we're talking about. So this right here is a piece of a Hank Aaron bat. It's a jumbo piece with the Aaron from the Adirondack bat. Now, it's not my job to figure out authenticity and everything, but from history and from what I've heard of a lot of the different ways he sources them, he tends to source them generally from pretty good sources. Again, I'll leave it up to you. But look, here's the deal. If you're a Hank Aaron collector who has everything else, this is a rather unique piece. And there's a damn good reason it's a 1-of-1 because this is a very specific part of the bat that you're not getting in the rest of the bat, the rest of the pieces of wood. So you have to build a custom piece to house it and then try to make it look nice and everything. It's unique. It's a little different. And some of the athletes and stuff he's got in some of these. So I wanted to show you that one. I'll actually show you a couple other ones.
What was the design behind it, though? I was trying to figure out what that design
I
was.
actually think it's the old Braves logo. I think it's the Braves logo. It's the actual like Brave. So he snuck it in the background. Obviously, it's partially covered, but it's like if you go back and look at the Milwaukee Braves.
I was working real hard to figure out what that was.
I'm pretty sure it's the Milwaukee Braves logo. So that's a cool one. And there, like I said, there's some unique pieces in here. Here's a good one for some of the 80s and 90s guys. Probably mostly 80s, but this would be a very recognizable one. Bonos.
Nice.
So here's a little piece of memorabilia from Bo. So kind of cool, you know, the little Rawlings piece. So in this situation, because it's super small badge, he can cherry pick the best swatch or the best piece or the best component. Doesn't mean he can't use the rest of it for something else, but like he's cherry picking the absolute best piece and taking it. And that's what's going on. And you've got different kinds of athletes that fall into this category, different ones that fit. And he goes well off the beaten path in some of them. It's kind of unique, interesting the way it ends up with. And I can tell you, just looking at this page, he's got Joey Chestnut, jumbo memorabilia of all things.
Oh, who doesn't?
Yeah, he's got a Danica Patrick on here, a Roger Federer. He's got a Rusty Wallace, a Serena Williams, PK Subban. So he's still hockey in there. And he has sold out because they're 1-of-1 pieces, a Derek Jeter that has a piece of a bat similar to that of Hank Aaron, and an Evil Knievel jumbo memorabilia.
That's awesome.
So like I said, he's grabbed. By the way, these are most of the stuff is piece uniques. Like they're not. After it's sold, you're not getting another copy because, well, some cases he can't even make it even if he wants to. So it's not like you have a choice. So it's kind of interesting where a lot of this stuff comes from, but it's not for everyone. That's kind of what I always lead with and remind everybody. It's not for everyone because some people are going to be like, well, this is unlicensed. I'm not interested in it. Totally get it. Totally understand. But for, player collectors and stuff that have everything else, it's kind of nice to have something that you don't see every day. That's why I've added some of those pieces to my collection. I had no problem doing so.
I can't remember where my one President's Choice card is.
It was probably the Bruins one that I directed you to, right?
Years ago?
Yeah, it would have been a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
That's one of those spots where I try to at least tell people, and my job is not to be like, oh, buy it. It's like, dude, I have no stake in it. But at the same time, I think they're cool pieces for player collectors who have everything else. It's a little bit different. So here's a good one. Not your favorite team, Eric, but still very nice. You got a 6-piece booklet.
Yes, that's nice.
So this one, like I said, this one is going to be different than what a lot of folks had. So I'm zooming in on it, obviously, so you can see it a little bit better. Obviously, in real life, you'll see it as a fold out.
Harvey, Beliveau, Richard.
I think you got Morenz in there. I think you've got
I gotta make the screen bigger.
Yeah.
There we go.
I had to zoom in on it, so it's a little pixelated.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, so you've got legends in there. Everybody's in black and white. So, these are all legendary players, and these are little memorabilia pieces. But you're getting 6. You're getting 6. So you're the Montreal Canadiens fan. You're not getting a lot of this stuff in the mainstream releases.
I hate the Canadians with everything I have in my sports heart, but that is just fine. If you like hockey, you know, and the history of the game, you have to at least appreciate, players that played for the Canadians.
Yep. The Brave logo is what we were talking about earlier here. At least there are photos of them. Yeah. Well, the thing is, he will license photos for these things because, again, it's super small batch. Here you go. Bob Jackson. Do you hate the Canadians more than Carlos hates Fishboy? Ooh.
Because yes, I've hated them my whole life. Carlos has only hated Fishboy since he became an Angel.
Well, since people started throwing in that he's the goat, and I got sick of that guy real quick. And by the way, it's not even Fishboy's fault. It's these other people. It's like, well, you're gonna get my flack because of it.
Okay, it was in the Ray Bork box. So
There
here
you
you
go.
go. This is the one Carlos kind of turned me on to a couple years ago.
Yeah, and it's a nice piece, Captain's Row.
Oh, yeah.
It's good.
Yeah, it's got O'Reilly, Schmidt, it's got Thornton and Bork. You know, it's yeah, it's pretty cool. So yeah, I'm definitely a fan. Some of the stuff is expensive though, because you're getting good pieces of jerseys from big names.
That's just it. So,
yeah.
so what's funny? So let me ask a question because we can
It's
actually
not
lead this
Hal
into a
Gill
question.
and Legends. Okay, it's not Hal Gill and Legends. You know, where they just like, let's just throw this guy in there and get him to sign some stuff because that's what everybody.
Hey, SP signature legend Hal Gill, man.
Yeah.
Hal effing Gill.
I mean, they're like everything's a Hall of Famer.
Here you go. So here is one of the more different pieces. So this is from their paper cut. So these are, cut autos. So here's a Foster Hewitt. Obviously, historical name.
Right. The announcer, right? For
Yep. Hockey Night in Canada. For for an entire generation of folks, he was the guy from radio on to early television. So he was, a pioneer that kind of set that off. This is a very unique piece. And it's bordered nicely in the way they did it. So obviously they had designed this way. But here's the thing. So you've got that. So if you've got almost everything else you can think of, this would be a piece that would stand out for a lot of folks in a lot of collections. Well, that cut auto card is $249. So this is what I was going to ask. This is a kind of the question that I'll take away here. We were talking earlier tonight about Leaf and the 1,018 parallels and everything, how expensive it is and whatever. There's no packs to these. There's no boxes to these. You're buying individual cards, but you get to pick the specific one that you want. And if they've got a couple of versions with a couple of different swatch pieces, you can pick it as long as it's available. When it's sold, it's sold. It's gone. It's yours. But what's interesting about it is that, okay, so I showed you that Montreal Canadiens one. That Montreal Canadiens piece that I showed you a little earlier, that was $499.
Right.
That is not cheap.
No.
But I just told you a moment ago that the Leaf one is like 160, 170 bucks. So if you're buying 2 or 3 of them, would be the price of that one. But in this case, you get the one. If you're interested, you're getting the exact one. And you're getting a very specific piece that's been made. Yeah. Or that Hank Aaron. That Hank Aaron is a super expensive one. But the Bo Jackson is like 250 bucks. You're a big fan of Bo Jackson, you can have a really cool Bo Jackson piece for under 300 bucks. That's not terrible.
No, especially something that nice.
So that's kind of where like you have to weigh the pros and cons and be like, well, this is unlicensed. Yes, you're right. 100%. You're 100% right. It is unlicensed. But you're getting a unique piece here that is not your run-of-the-mill stuff. You're getting something that's not everybody's going to have one, whether they want one or not. So it's a little different. Nice Joe Thornton. Exactly. Why isn't there a Joe Thornton box? Well, Eric has a Volt.
Yeah.
Like the PWCC's, climate control. Greatest Boston Bruins captain.
Oh, yeah. He's the best. I love Joe Thornton. He's the best.
Jumbo Joe.
Jumbo Joe. He's the best.
He doesn't want to show you like his full back tattoo, Jumbo Joe. Like it's just his head. It's just his face.
Yep. With the beard. With the big beard.
It's kind of weird looking. Like people like look at him and do a little bit of a double take and I'm like, hey, are you sure that was that a decision you made?
Oh yeah. Yep. I love me some Joe Thornton. Can't get enough.
That's right. That's right. All right, folks. So I think we'll start winding her down on that. On that bombshell. To Eric's undying love of Joe Thornton.
Yeah, you can't get enough.
That's right. That's right. So any last thoughts, last words? Bob Jackson, Bob Boozle, everyone else. Appreciate your comments. Appreciate you participating this evening. Like I said, the last couple of weeks we've been kind of working with what we got. We've made some hay out of some interesting stuff. But I think the next couple of weeks, I think it'll be a little easier because I'll probably just reach out to some folks and we'll plan it out specifically, especially Strongsville. I'll try to get somebody that's going to do some Strongsville stuff. It'd be interesting to get some boots on the ground perspective. So that'd be good. And then obviously a couple of weeks from there, we'll probably be able to actually get to Spring Expo, be able to speak on that a little bit more. So I think it'll be fun. Have a good night, Zach. Bob Jackson, have a good one, folks. Even you, Eric, trying to injure yourself this week doing something stupid? Maybe.
I'm not promising anything.
Mm-hmm. One-on-one broadcasts. Appreciate you, Bubbles. Appreciate you. I'm basically killing like a minute because the hobby news daily, whatever, they got the 4 hours and they're like, some people do 4 hours all the time. Yes, I know.
Yeah.
I know. It was adorable.
There was these idiots a few years ago that would do like 7 hours weekly and end their show at like
It wasn't weekly.
morning.
It was there was one 7-hour show, Eric. One.
No,
The other ones were like 5.5, 6. Come on.
no, we were going to bed at 3 a.m. It was 5 to 7. No, it was 5 to
It
7
also started
hours.
at 9. It also started at 9, which
Oh yeah,
automatically pushed it.
I forgot. So there were 6 hours. There were like
Yeah,
6
5 and
hours
6.
long.
Yeah, 5 and 6. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
No,
7. That's 7. Don't lie to the people.
God, I forgot
Have a
that
good
we
night,
used to
Jeff.
start at 9.
You're leaving the real news to this collect. That's right. That's right. Here you go. A philosophical question for our age. Eric, why do you hate mayo so?
I hate everything about it. I hate the smell. I hate the way it looks. I hate the way it shakes and shimmers and glistens and tastes and sounds. Like if you put something in it, it makes that like suction cuppy thing sound. Like it's the grossest. It's so gross. It's just, oh my God. I don't like the color of it. It's an off-white. It's not white. It's like an off-white. It's like, oh, so gross.
Impressive.
So gross.
Impressive. Interesting. All right.
Disgusting. Just the smell of it, even thinking of the smell of it gets me sick. Disgusting.
I see. I
I
see.
won't eat anything that has it anywhere near it, on it, nothing.
Interesting.
You've been out to dinner with me. I'm like asking for a hamburger, and I want, I'm like, okay, so there's nothing extra on it, right? What comes with it? Because you say, I like to have a cheeseburger, please. And they go, okay, great. And they start walking away. And I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. Hold on. Come back here, please. What is on your cheeseburgers? Oh, well, lettuce, tomato, onion, mayo. And it's like, whoa. No. You bring that to this table with mayonnaise, and I'm not eating it.
It is all true. And that is a valid question. Why is the walls mayo colored?
They're not mayo. It's yellow.
I think the only way to fully define this is to have a jar of mayonnaise and put it beside the wall.
That's disgusting. See, it's starting.
Terrible.
See, you guys are doing this to me.
But you like Aeolus.
No, I hate you all so much right now.
Terrible. And on that bombshell, folks, we've cleared the 4 hours. Once again, proving to our friends at Hobby News Daily that it can be done. This is all you have to do. That's it. And we weren't even able to do it with the Burrell. But the Burrell did join us this evening. So we thank the Burrell for his patronage. We thank you all for your commentary. And Eric personally likes to thank Leaf, Leprechauns, and of course, no one above all else. Yes. We thank the mail. Have a good night. Take it easy. We'll catch you next time.
Bye, guys.